Alrighty. Well then, let's go ahead and get started. Hello, 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 hello. Hope everyone had a good day. Hope everyone's been chilling, hanging out. So, we're going to start with rolling the wheel and see what it is we're going to end up doing tonight. Let's see. Let me get that all up and running. Alright, good. Sweet. We have a couple of different things we can do depending on what it lands on. Hell yeah. We've kind of gotten this a lot. I'm going to be honest. Like a lot. I'm tempted to veto it. This would be nice to have set up. Well, I don't want to go against the wheel. Alright. Well, if someone tells me to re-roll it, we'll re-roll it. But otherwise, it looks like we're going to be working on our practice project. So, our practice project currently is, let's see. So we're basing this off of the, if you are not familiar, the 20 game challenge, which is a collection of different games that exist that you can try and recreate to basically learn, help you learn how to make more and more complex games and whatnot. We are in the middle of working on Flappy Bird. So, we're going to probably continue with that then. So, let me go ahead and update the stream title. Let's go ahead, Joe Game Dev. What's this? 20 game challenge. 20 game challenge, game number 2. Spooky gaming later tonight. Not 87. Alright, cool. Well, that's up to date. With that in mind, let's go ahead. We're going to close this out for now and load up Godot. Alright. Flap Bird. Don't want to get in too much trouble for naming it Flappy Bird. Oh, hold on. I forgot to change the scene. That's my bad. Whee! Hello! Alright, sorry about that. Maybe I should take up wood on that whole Stream Deck offer so that way it can help me handle some of that. Anywho, so, Flat Bird. We've got the basics going, if I remember correctly. I don't remember what buttons it was. I think it was spacebar. Nice. Whee! Alright. Alright, cool. So we have the basics set up. What else we got going on? We have movement of these things, the walls, so that's good. I think the next thing is setting up the actual collision. So, let me get... Before I dive too far into this, I need to set up proper repos for these projects. But, hold on. Have I not opened up... I don't think I have. Let's go into Godot, into Flatbird. If I haven't opened it up explicitly, sometimes it doesn't show up. We'll see if that works. Alright. So, a couple things. First of all, I've got some projects that I need to properly upload into Git. Okay, so the VPO. Oh, I forgot about the VPO. Lots of work being done on the VPO. Added new. What are these? What were they? Added new interactions and the pump and Halloween theme items. Hell yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Just hanging out tonight. I mean, I guess we hang out every night. But we're working on our practice project tonight. This will be practice project numero dos. Anywho, so okay, we've got the repo updated. I don't think I've actually created a repo for some of these practice projects. Flatbird and Pong. So let me do that because I didn't mean to hit enter there. I can not type at all to save my life. This will be 20 game challenge. All right. And then let's go ahead. We'll move Pong first. I want to make sure that this doesn't freak out. So we're going to close that for a second. And then we're going to try and open it. Okay, yep. What is it that's still open? Oh, duh. Move that in there. All right. So next up, let's go ahead and create. We're going to need a new repo. Any chance you want to just... I should have done this from the start. We're going to be doing it here too. Where to clone to? Here. Let's go out of the VPO into here. Yeah, let's start there. Full path. All right, hold on. Me, the repo is going to be called, I technically already have a Pong. Do I want to make it 20 game challenge and just have it be a huge collection of games? 20 game challenge. Sure. Why not? I can't own any of the games anyway, technically. They're all, you know, they're just clones of other games, so this repo holds my collection of recreations of classic games for the 20 game challenge. Hold on. What is the website for this? For the 20 game challenge, found here. Alright, we'll do a public. I don't mind if people see it. Clone after initialization. It's fine. License. Alright, git ignore template will be good to go. It usually doesn't have much, but I don't know if I need LFS. We're going to go with no. Alright. So with that in mind, let's bring Pong in there first. Pong. Also, does this... I mean, I guess the git ignores on the outside, so hopefully that grabs everything. Do you have any? Nope. All right. Easy enough. All right. This is how you're supposed to do it. There's Pong. I probably should have made a build. Oh, I did make a build. Never mind. I made a build folder. All right, Flatbird, you're going in next. 700. Oh, that's because of all the fucking assets. All right, I'll need to add those to the... Isn't it? Yep, they're all right there. All those fucking PNGs. Hold on, what is the actual git ignore? Dot imports, all right. Is it build? And then what else do I usually have? Godot, git ignore. Proper git ignore files. All right. Yeah, but that doesn't have like anything in it. I mean, it's probably fine. I just feel bad uploading all of those. Well, we can update the repo, which is probably a good idea anyway. GitHub. What do you mean I'm not signed in? All right. So, first of all, let me finish what I was doing here. We'll add the change to the git ignore. This will be the work in progress of Flatbird. All right, so in here, we're going to go to the repo, and in 20 game challenge, maybe I should rename those to like game 1 or game 2. Not important. All right, I can do it in here. Game 2 or 1B Flatbird. Assets for the Flatbird project provided by Kenny. And let me go into where specifically they mentioned that. Oh, maybe I do need git attributes. Huh. We'll see. We'll wait a little bit. All right, license. Rolling ball assets created, distributed by Kenny. Kind of free and personal, educational, and commercial projects. Support us by crediting Kenny or here. It's not mandatory, but I would like to. Check out more of Kenny's assets at here. Project list. We'll do credit. Yeah, project list. All right, cool. Commit changes. Oh, all right, hold on. Not good. One, I can't spell game to save my damn life. Second of all, this didn't go to a new line like I wanted it to. How do I make it do that? What is this? GitHub README? I don't know if it's, I don't know exactly what file structure it's using. I know it, well, let me try Markdown. Markdown new line? Just add this at the end of the file. Okay. All right, and then, whoops. Hey, there we go. This is the most structured README I've ever had on GitHub, ever. All right, cool. That's all well and done. Let me pull those. And so now we should be up and running. I can close that. Go back to Godot. Try and open the projects. Yep, I have a feeling. All right. Import. It feels like incorrect, but Godot, 20 game challenge. Wait, did it create 2 folders? No, it did. Hold on. Before we do that, and this is gonna need Get Kraken too. Apparently, I fucked up. Big shocker. 20 game challenge. 20 game challenge. All right. How do I change the settings of this repo? I need it to point somewhere else. I need to point it 1 up. It's not going to like this. I know it's not going to like that. But we're doing it anyway. Yep, I thought so. All right. Whoa. This is wild. What is this? Oh, it changes on the wheel. Okay, anyway. Open. Not that one. This one. Oh, okay, cool. No, I figured it out. Sweet. We like when it figures it out. So now we want, select that folder, import it. Sweet. All right, that one's up and running. Quit to project list. Is it there? Sweet. Import. This one. Flatbird. Select current folder. Yes. All right. Well, with that in mind. So we've got this moving, and we've got the walls actually detecting. Yeah, remove the reference. Open local folder, not the wheel. Go into 20 game challenge, Flatbird. All right. We're detecting collisions, which is good. All right. What are the collision types again? I think that's where I stopped last time. All right, so it detects when the rigid body 2D hits. Sweet. So, if area, if node 2D, yeah, if area dot get, what was it, get class, is that what I was using? If area dot get class, and this returns a something, are you gonna help tell me at all? What's going on? All right, hold on. Wall open. Oh my goodness. Did that happen on everything? That was weird. All right, now will you tell me? Thank you, string. Jeez. All right. If area dot get class dot equals quote rigid body 2D then that should be the character. So if that's the case, we want to stop the game. So stop movement. All right, so we'll do... Oh, no, not on here. Do I have a game manager yet? I don't. All right, add child node, just a node, and then on scene, we'll create the game manager because that's the outside. And then we need to put it in here. Okay, so a couple things. First of all, public static game manager instance get private set, and game manager.instance is this. So now we've got our singleton. Yeah. Oh, I haven't added my comment code. This thing. Variables. Standard logic. All right. And then just general logic right now. We don't have a real category yet. And then the walls, variables, all right, and then we'll do, standard logic, that's fine. All right, and then general logic. We'll do movement, because this all has to do with movement. Now this is a property, so we'll do properties, and then we'll do standard logic here, and then this will be variables. No, don't like that one. Oh, whatever. We'll be consistent at least. God, sorry. Something is like trying to kill me tonight. Okay, so we need a private, bool, game running. I'm sorry. Ow. I swear if I'm starting to get sick right before I fucking move, I'm moving tomorrow. I swear. I'm gonna be so pissed off. I don't need that. I can just do instance. Okay. Game running is equal to true. Ha! You're moving. Yeah. Loser. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pretty nice area, it looks like. I mean, the benefit is that I'll be closer to work. So there's that. It means it won't take me as long to get home for stream, which is honestly my pretty much my biggest factor. But it is a really nice area. It's probably one of the nicest areas I've ever lived, which is wild considering it's only a little bit more expensive, like within $150 of what I was paying to live alone in Erie. So not bad considering, I mean, I'm not in Forsyth, so I can't I can't be close to people I know. But I'm not really far. I'm like 20, 25 minutes, 30 if it's a bad day. At least from one of the members of my family. Ow, God, my throat. Anyway, past that. Hopefully it shouldn't be much of an impact on this on stream at all, because I should have a dude showing up on Sunday to set up my internet, and I'll be getting Google Fiber, so I might actually just, stream might improve, theoretically, because I'll be getting better internet than what I've ever had, which will be nice, because I know stream occasionally pauses. Because Xfinity can't be trusted for shit. But I've been living out of boxes for the last few months. You might know on this new Fab page site, isn't there a wish list or save button? Seems like a very obvious error. I haven't looked. We can find out together, though, because that's something that's good to know. I've not looked either. So, that's gonna show my real email. That's actually completely accessible on my website if people were to really try to find me. I just see a share button. That is a bit of an oversight, isn't it? I have a friend request? I don't know who that is. Yes, I do. Alright, let's see. Where's Fab? Is it in the Unreal Engine side? I thought that it would be an Epic. Maybe that was a mistake on my part. I went to the website to claim all the stuff, but I've not actually looked for Fab. Okay. A wish list or say, okay, now I have to sign in again. It's under, okay, is it a link to it? Okay, there's my library. Well, here, let's go find an asset that I could want. I like that they have a Unity section. That's exciting. All right, something I definitely don't have is a multiplayer template. There's an add to they take you out of the Unreal. Okay, so just going to the website works anyway. I swear I am going to get sick. Oh, it's a license. What the hell? Yeah, fuck that. I don't see it either. Stump Games, Unreal Engine. That doesn't help me. Show more. No, I don't think there is anything for it. Yeah, fuck you, Quixel. I already have it. Haunting Phantom Skills. Well, okay, this I can dig. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I mean, there's. You just buy it when you're ready, I guess. But like, what if I want to save them? What if I want to come back to them? I'm gonna yell at them in their Discord. Yeah, do it. Do it. I haven't joined their Discord. Is it the Epic Games Discord or something? I don't want to stretch. I don't know when. I mean, I'm not. I don't necessarily care because I'm not gonna go blow up their library right now. But it would be good to know. Anywho, give them hell. All right, so game running true. They're epic for indies Discord. Oh, is that an official thing, or I don't think I've seen that. Add a server. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No. I want to explore. Oh, the discover button. Way further down. Epic for indies. I think they're really. Are you lying to me? Are you lying to me right now? Epic. Dude, the musical? I read that wrong. I got the C and the P swapped. Epic RPG. Heroes. Epic War. Epic Web. Ooh. Epic for indies. Dude, Kingdom Clash. All right, apparently only cool kids can get into this Discord. All right, so in here we're going to do a couple of things. First of all, I don't know if I'll need to call on it yet, but just in case, because I always end up needing it. Private game manager. All right, and then game manager, I cannot type, is equal to game manager.instance. And then if game manager dot, oh, I don't think I made that public. Hold on. Public bool game running. You don't need to do it like that. You could just like all right, if game manager dot game running is true, then we can do this shit. I have a message. Oh wow, this is not a very big server. I was expecting it to be huge. Dude, we're gonna customize my experience. Ooh. What's my specialty? You may select multiple answers. Well, obviously programming. You know, technically I should probably say design and art now. It's not my specialty though, technically. But I do them. They legit just started a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I'm going to grab the design and art categories also. I love this person's picture. Hello, Tina Wisdom. Like-minded people get updates on the... Oh, yep, that's cool. Latest announcements. All right, cool. Green Hawk Platoon. Oh my goodness, they have a Twitch channel. We'll have to check that out at some point. Introduce myself. Not doing that right now. See what everyone has been up to. Project Showcase. Also not doing that right now. All right, we're going to add this to my folder. I have a very lovely folder right here called Game Dev Servers. That's where that's going. All right, cool. Thank you for sending me that, though. All right, so if it collides with the player, game manager dot game running is equal to false. Except I need to. I know, peeps. What you saying? You wanna you setting up some connections? You wanna hook me up? I happen to know a couple of people who are in the market for game dev roles. He might even be the person talking. I mean, I was referring to you, but I mean, technically, I guess me also. Kind of a quiet evening. Nothing wrong with quiet evenings. But I wonder what it is about Thursdays. Feels like Thursdays always end up being... Like, it's why I didn't want to do... it's like why I don't want to stream on Friday, like on the weekends. Because I feel like either everyone's going to be busy or everyone's attention is going to be completely divided to other more popular streamers. You know what I mean? Thursday Night Football. Maybe I should just include that on the VPO, so that way people have a little something to watch. It'll be like those TikToks, right, where they split the fucking attention. I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to hate on people who stream how they want to stream, but there have been a number of channels that I've come across as we've been raiding and just exploring other small creators. There was one that I didn't click on, or I didn't raid, who had, I think it ended up being, they were in like a group call, but each of them were streaming on the one channel, and I think it was, if it wasn't 4 different screens, it was 5, but it wasn't like a 4-way split like you would expect. Like this, right? This is why I'm like, I don't know I can't remember if it was like 4 or 5, because it was honestly just so much. There was the main screen right here, and then there was like one here, and like one here, and then like one here, and then maybe another one, and they were all streaming different games. And then you had them all sitting here talking right here as little PNG dudes, and it was so overwhelming. You had like one person over here playing I don't even know what they were doing, like Mario Party or something, and then you had Zelda in one corner, or in one screen. You had like, I think, Balatro, right, in another. Like, so much going on, and I could hear the audio from all of them. Can't pay attention to anything. I'm Gen Z, and it overwhelmed me. It was so much. It was so much bullshit. Anyway, stream how you want to stream, but like, I was getting overwhelmed. I could barely have a single sound effect go off just to make sure I can see that someone hit like one of the buttons. You know what I mean? You got people over here. There was, we had one dude, and I'm following this dude. He's a cool creator, but, he's got this whole several minute long trailer about himself and shit. And it's like super highly produced and crap. And not yet. Thanks. Yeah, you would be kind of shifty, wouldn't you, mister? I'm not funny. But like, yeah, no, dude. Some of these like other creators, their shit gets wild. Even at this size, channel size. More than I can keep up with. More than I can pay attention to. It drives me wild. I cannot handle it. Alright. So, first things first, we're going to have it stop, and then I want it to also physics process completely stop. So, we're going to do it here as well. So, if game running, our game, oh, that's right, hold on. Private game manager, and then in here, game manager is equal to game manager.instance, and then if game manager.game running is not true, what the hell did I just do? Return. We don't want to run any of this, except for maybe changing the face, but we'll get to that in a bit. And instead, what is it? Oh, I need to do more than just return. I need to... What is it that's enabling gravity on my character right now? Because I know something is. Is it the collision? No. Is it the actual rigid body? I mean, I guess that would make sense. Gravity scale. All right, rigid body 2D. So, gravity scale equal to 0. And just in case I need this for any reason whatsoever, private, that was nice, float gravity scale. We're going to default it to 1. That's all I can imagine me needing, but I've been wrong before. There. Alright, so, in theory, that turns off my gravity scale, and it should stop me from accepting input. Alright, so we'll go into here. Let's see what it looks like. Alright, it didn't. It didn't do anything. Rigid body 2D. Did I type that wrong? Doesn't look like I did. Copy. Paste. What the hell? Stopping game. Clearly that's not working, but we're going to try it anyway. Okay. So that is clearly not working. Why is that? So this sets game running to false. It should be true by default. And then physics process. If game running is true, things should move. What's turning it back to true? I only said it here. We're on creation. Like, we're clearly getting into this area. So why? Also, this needs to be called Game Manager. Does this not exist? Is that part of the problem? There, print off that. No, it has it. Why the hell do they keep moving? All right. Is this assignment not working? This is true. And then you can set... Oh, wait, hold on. I think those are backwards. Whoops. That's going to be the problem. Nice. Okay, so two things. Not two things. One. Okay, two things. One, it worked. Two, kinda. I need to not just change the gravity scale to 0, but I also need to change the velocity to vector 2 dot 0. I fucked up. I looked away from my own test. Nice. And it stops, which is what we want. All right. And then I had like a dead face. Yes, face J. All right. Export, primate, compressed texture 2D, death face. All right. And so we'll say set face to death face. All right. Oh, I didn't assign it yet. Blank. Whoops. All right. What was it? Face J. All right. And not from the double, we're going from that one. All right. He's so sad looking. No. Hold on, I was trying to touch the top of the... Nice. All right. I think that's pretty much what we want. Yeah. All right, cool. So, now This is such a fast project. Pong took me way longer, and it didn't take me very long at all. So over here realizing just how fucking big... Like, do you remember how big Flappy Bird got when it first came out? And this was how simple it was? Man, how do you manage to replicate that? Not Flappy Bird, but like the, that kind of absurd popularity. For such a simple thing. I mean, I guess Cookie Clicker exists, so, anything's possible. Okay, well, next up, can I realistically even get in between these two? All right. Oh, almost. I'm not bad at my job. My job right now being play video games. Unfortunately, I am bad at playing this video game. But I think it's possible. It's just kind of difficult. There we go. Okay. Doable. Alright, so Death Face has been added. Alright, I'm thinking that we need to add in a collider. So I don't know if this is going to be one wall as much as it's going to be more than that. Okay, so this is going to be top wall, bottom wall, can I, like, unpack this? Load as placeholder? That's not what I want. Make local. What does that do? Ooh. That's what I wanted. Okay, so on top of this, we also need just a collider. Collision shape 2D. We're going to put it right in between. This is going to be goal collider. Alright, it needs a shape. We knew that anyway. Alright, there we go. Thinking like right there. Right there. Okay, what is this? Collision shape 2D only serves to provide a collision shape to a collision object 2D derived in node. Please only use it as a child of area 2D, static body 2D, rigid body 2D, character body 2D, etc. to give them a shape. Well, how about to hell with you? I'll give it an area 2D. And child area 2. There we go. And this will be barrier, goal, barrier. It's going to be the whole thing. Obstacle. It's going to have this and the collider. And then the bottom wall. All three of them. And this I'm going to save. Okay, first of all, let me get rid of this TSCN. The T scene. Maybe I should start calling it T scene. Get rid of the T scene. All right, and then we're going to save this as a scene. And we're going to put this in, I mean, I guess it's entities, right? No, it's scene. It's environment. Obstacle. All right. And in here, that's going to go away. Don't save. It should be gone now. Now in here, we're going to put the wall script. Oh, yep, we got ads coming up. You've been warned. Although I guess you won't see them. I'm still going to step away for the ads because I go and stretch my legs during them. So we'll still pause for a second. All right. All right, let's make sure this still works as desired. Should just have a speed value. Obstacle.tscene parse error. Good. All right, that works. It was a little faster than I'm used to. Wall. I mean, it's on an area 2D. I don't know why it was moving slower. Or faster, not slower. But that was speedy. Well, we can at least change the speed. That's not a huge deal. All right, so that works for that. And then handle collision. Oh, hold on. Crap. I might need to go for... might need to have references to the children. Export. Private. Area 2D. Top wall. Bot wall. And then... all right. We'll do this, but instead of get overlapping bot, we're going to do top wall dot get overlapping bodies. Overlapping, and this will be, we can name this one we're gonna have to spread these out. It's not a huge deal. This is what's going to happen for the top and bottom walls. So we'll have a private void check top wall. Whoa, okay, all right. Just check wall, and then I can do area 2D, and just give it a wall value, and then private void check goal. How do I want to? Because because it should spread through both. Yeah, I think that works. All right. Sorry, double checking my own work here. No, instead we're going to check wall for top wall, check wall for bot wall, and then, oh, you know what? We'll do bool hit wall equals false. There we go. Here, actually, because it'll be more likely to just be like return true or false. All right, we'll do that. Okay, ads are starting up. I don't know. It gives me 5-minute heads up, and then it starts saying ads starting soon when the timer actually ends, and then it seems to wait like another minute. I don't know what's up with that. But we'll step away for a moment. BRB. All right. 250 steps down. All right. Are we still up? It seems like my network went down for a bit. Huh. Well, hopefully Twitch figures its shit out soon. Oh no, I lost Sam. Well, hopefully he comes back. Oh, there he goes. Alright. Weird. Okay, so check the walls and then we'll do bool wall hit. We'll say wall hit is equal to whatever happens here. Alright. Alright. No. If wall hit is true. There we go. So if we did hit the wall, get the hell out of here. We don't care about if we collided with the goal. Alright, so that's what this is going to be set up as. Okay, so now for actually checking them, we're going to be using a variation of this. Now, first up for this, let's see. This is going to be the easiest one. We're just going to do wall dot get overlapping bodies, and that way we can see if it actually ran over any of those specific bodies. We can just set game running to false, and then return false. Return true. Otherwise, return false. Alright, so that should carry that element out of it. Then we can check. Maybe I'll grab the. No, because because it would have hit the walls by now. So this should be everything else. And then this one, I don't want it to end this. I just want to say. Actually, for now, we'll do set face. We need the character. Rigid body 2D. Alright. Character car equals character. No, not at all. To node 2D dot. Honestly, we'd rather just do this. Type character to car. Why not? Oh, because I can't name it that. I'm dumb. There we go. Can't name it that. All right. So, let's go on to, say, if it converts to the character, then I should be able to say character.setFace, unless I don't have it public. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to have access to that. I mean, I could get access, but it feels... Void set goal face. Alright, and that's just going to do set face to a value I haven't given it yet. Export, private, nope. Nope, there we go. Brush texture dot goal face. Character dot set goal face. That one should probably be on a timer also. So timer less than delta. All right. Timer equals face change duration. There. That should change it back after we hit our goal. Alright, now what do I need to assign? The top wall? Alright, can't do that in here. I need to go in here. Top wall. Bot wall. Easy enough. And then here we need to assign... I thought I already assigned death face. Oh, I did that out here, didn't I? Copy value, and then reset it. And then paste that value here, save it, and then in here, success face will be face H. The default one. All right, so that covers us here. Nothing happened. What are you yelling about? What is this? What is this thing you're yelling about? Object instance not wall? Yeah, it was. I assigned it. I assigned top and bot wall. They're right there. If top wall I can't just type that equals null, or bot wall is equal to null, return. We don't care. Fix yourself. What are you doing? What are you doing? Auto formatting bullshit. Okay, not what I meant to do. All right, well, that was weird. It was like delayed. Yep, okay, makes sense. That colliding with enemy stuff makes sense. But why? What? Why are they so off? Wait, is it not moving with the rest of it? The whole thing should be moving. Alright, hold on. You know what? All of y'all's transforms. There. Come on. Slide on over. That's not quite what I wanted. Just here, zero that out. And then is this 45? There. Alright. And now you go to 0, please. Alright. Okay, so let me try that. And then let's move this here. Oh. Why? Wall hit equals false. Checks the top wall, checks the, if it had, okay. All right. If check wall, top wall, or check wall, bot wall, return. And then check goal. All right, so let's try this then. Shit. I fucked up. Alright, we're trying again. Why? Why is that so delayed? Does it move at a different speed or something? If so, that would be stupid. Oh my god, it does. Oh my god, it fucking does. Oh, damn it to hell. Alright. Yep, that's what it is. I could still fuck it up. No. I can't get through this area. It would help if I... Like, part of the problem with making Flappy Bird is that it kind of requires you to be, like, semi-decent at Flappy Bird. And I was terrible at Flappy Bird. Okay. So now that that works, what is the gravity scale phase change delay? Might have it for goal. There. See how that looks. I kind of like it being faster. I don't mind it being the speed that it is for the jumping. Darn it. Oh, you know what? It's because it's constantly overlapping. Not because of this face, like the, not because of the duration. All right. Let's do a private bool overlapping goal. We're going to set that to false. And then overlapping goal is not true. Lord, if I could type, then it would be so much faster. All right. So this should make it be a little bit easier. Almost needs to be longer. It'd probably be fine if there was a sound effect, which we'll probably do for this game at some point. All right, so let's see what's next. Well, we've added the success face. We've completely created the character. we've technically created obstacles. We just need to start spawning them in. And we've set up collisions with said obstacles and the goal. So, we need to create obstacle spawn/respawn system. And then create, what's it, UI? Add UI. That'll be like just the like current high score. Add UI and score system. Hold on. Looking up something to send to my friend Profligare. And then what was the actual show me the actual, there we go. Absolutely disgusting. Anyhow. Sorry, I don't know how much of that he wants me to share, but I sent him a GIF making a sarcastic comment at him, but it was a Ruby reference, and he commented about the character, and I elaborated more. Because I'm a fucking nerd who likes Ruby. Alright, anywho, so add a UI and score system, and then one of the first things I think I'm going to do, actually. Well, I guess I already have the. No, that's not what that is. I was going to say a respawn system. Part of the UI is going to be respawn system. Alright, and then when do we start adding in menus and UI? I don't want to make this too super complicated if it's not supposed to be yet. I appreciate that Pong was supposed to be less difficult than Flappy Bird to make. Alright, game world with a floor. Oh, yep, that's right. Hold on. I don't have a floor to make floor kill. Make floor. Add floor collider. Alright, cool. Okay, add an object that represents the main character. Apply a constant force to the character so it falls to the floor. Done. Add obstacles on the left of the game area. Don't know why it's on the left. That's not the direction Flappy Bird goes. The obstacles should slide across the screen toward the right. I have it flipped because that's the way Flappy Bird actually goes. Obstacles will appear in pairs with a vertical gap between them. Yep. Anywho. Create a respawn system. Fair enough. Detect when the character collides with the floor or the obstacles. Reset the game when a collision occurs. I have that noted. Accumulate 1 point for each obstacle that the player passes. Display the score. I have that noted. Add some sounds. Alright, some sound effects. Add SFX. Add a basic game over screen and display the player's score. That'll be part of the UI and score system. So I have that noted. Track the high score between play sessions and display. Okay, I can do that. Track high score. Probably not going to deal with save system yet, though. So it'll just be the high score of that session. Alongside the current score, add some background art. Try layering the background and scrolling at a different rate to the foreground obstacles. This is called parallax scrolling. Alright. Add background elements. And that'll be it. Sound effect. Okay, yeah. Respawn system. Okay, we might do this first, so that way we can display it, and then that way when it shows up I can use the specific input and have it respawn. I can do the floor collider right now. That'll be faster, and then so that should be pretty quick. And then the UI and score system is how we can display when things are happening. We'll do add high score tracking to score system. Respawn system, that's going to be part of the UI stuff. Create obstacle spawn / respawn system. So yeah, that'll be the environment, the obstacles coming through. Sound effects are probably going to be the last thing, because I have to do that externally. Okay, I think that would do it. And after that, we'll be done. I don't think I'm going to be able to do all of that in 25 minutes, but still. 20 game challenge number 3. Breakout. That'll be next. And then we'll do Jetpack Joyride. And then afterwards, we'll be we'll be actually stepping up. So this is supposed to like reuse code that you've used or that you've made already. That's what these 2 projects are supposed to be for. So you can figure out how to, build off of yourself effectively. And then we start getting into like the bigger games. Space Invaders, Frogger, whatever the fuck River Raid is. And then from there, we'll jump into Asteroids, whatever Space War is. And then Indy 500. That'll be cool. I've never made a racing game, so. Pac-Man, Tic-Tac-Toe, Conway's Game of Life. That'll be fun because I'll be learning how to make AI. Besides the normal shit, like Tic-Tac-Toe will probably be I imagine is the simplest AI on this list. Yeah. Conway's Game of Life maybe also, because that one's got actual rule sets you can that it gives you to program in. And then we make Mario, Pitfall, and whatever this is. Alright. It's wild seeing how much progress we're... Like, I know that we're almost done with the second one, but it's flying by. I was expecting this to take me a very long time. That's okay. Worst case scenario, I just put in a... if we finish all of the games on the list, then... Actually, yeah, what happens then? Let me look at that. List of games. Based off of complexity. Pong, Breakout, Chrome Dinosaur game. Flappy Bird. That's not a 1. Come on. Snake, Snail Maze. I don't really know if I want to make Cookie Clicker. Is that on the list? Because I could go without doing that. Yeah, alright. Cool. We can avoid that. But some of the others, I mean, we could just keep going. Although we'll see how I'm feeling, because by the time I get to, what's at the end of this list? Minecraft and Portal, I might have different opinions by that point. Minecraft's a 4. Portal is also a 4. I would be willing to move into a 4.5 and then a 5. And maybe a couple, maybe some of them, just to. But at those point, I feel like at those points, if I'm still trying to figure shit out, that maybe I should just, make my own fucking game. So that's kind of where I'm thinking there. Anywho, it's just cool to see us making our way through the list. So Floor Collider. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to cheat the system here. This is going to be the dumbest shit. Alright, and then we're going to rotate it. Alright. We're going to put it down here. And then we're going to go into the wall logic. We're going to have one bool. It's exported. Private bool is floor. Defaulted to false. Alright. If is floor. Why did you make another one? If is floor is true, return. Alright. Brother in hell. Thank you. Alright, and then otherwise, so that should stop it from moving, and then we can take scale and just make it this big. Alright. And on this one, is floor is true. But not on those. Sweet. Alright, good. So, didn't seem to stop normal play. What about... Huh. why. You should have hit the wall. Right? Unless that's the bottom wall. No, that should be the top wall. Still, regardless, it should have hit. If it equals rigid body 2D. It should have. Here, let's put it up here so I can see it. Why did that not work? If, why are you doing that? Is floor gd.print handling collision. All right, so something's happening. It's like it's not going into the check walls at all. This was not supposed to be this complicated. You know what? I don't know why messing with the scale did anything. But you know what I could do? Just rotate it. What? Why is it acting at all different? I don't understand. Why? The only thing I did was disable the ability for it to move. That's it. So why is it... Assign the game manager. If the game is running, try and handle collision. Move and try to handle collision. If this is the floor, don't worry about moving. It's clearly trying to enter check wall. Wait. Was it using those two's top walls? Yes. Okay. Alright, I see. I duplicated it, but that means it duplicated its references, and its references were pulling... Here, you know what? No, that's fine. Its references were pulling from the other object, so I wasn't hitting that object, so it wasn't working. That's what was going on. Okay. And so now I can put it down here. And so when we start, and then if we keep going, does it run into any problems? Darn it. I'm so bad at my own game. Nice. Okay. So that works. We're going to name this wall. Or not wall, floor. Floor. But we'll know the truth. You're a lie. All right, so with that in mind, does it, wait, does it not, why did it clear those? Are we still good? Okay, interesting. Weird. All right, so with that in mind, that eliminates the floor collider. So now we just need the UI and score system. So we'll do another canvas layer, this time at the end here. This will be UI canvas. I'll just do a space. And then I don't need that. I need a, what is this? Rich text. 999. If you get to 999 on this game, considering no one's playing this game, no one should, but if you get to 999 on this game, what the fuck? Alright, so let's go with theme sizing, theme overrides. Font sizes, normal font. Let's go with 50. Also, we need to up the size. More than that. A little better. All right, cool. We'll do probably right here. We do, all right, here. We'll do move this up, and then size needs to be 150. All right, and then score text, score number. This will be high score text. where's the layout? We want this one to be 100. 125. No, okay, 150. We'll go full square. Duplicate this as well. Put it down here. High score number. Bring that up. It's good enough. Good enough for me. I might just combine those. There we go. Why is this so tall? What the hell? Oh, I see. See, now that works as intended. There we go. High score. All right, we're going to go with top right. Thank you. And then top left, if we can find it. There we go. And we'll add a good 50. And we'll do 25. Same thing with the score now, but we'll add a little bit more to it. Position, let's do like minus 100. And that way we can put the number in the top right corner. Yeah, there we go. All right. We can cut this off. I would like if this canvas would go on, aha, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right, so that should handle our scores. Now we just need to increment them and assign them. So we'll probably do a UI manager in here. Where do I want to do that? In here. There we go. My UI folder. All right, UI manager. Open. Thank you. All right, so I need to have access to the different text things. These are rich text labels. All right, so this will be export. Nope. If I could type once in my life, oh my goodness. All right, private rich text label, and we'll do, this is the, yes, score number, and then duplicate this whole thing. Lord, all right, never mind. Don't duplicate like that. Just copy and paste like a normal person. All right, we'll do high score number. All right, so on ready, we're going to put both of these dot text to, that works. And then, well, I mean, we could just make it 0. All right. Oh, we got ads coming up soon. So we'll pause for that, and then that'll make a good stopping point. We'll switch over. We're going to be playing a different game. So, okay, usually we roll the wheel, right? But tonight we're going to play a horror game that I got today. It was recently released. It was, like, I think within the last couple days. It was made by a friend of a friend. So we're going to try it out. It's supposed to be pretty short, but it's a little horror visual novel. So we're going to check it out. It's called Kindred, I believe. Kindred Subject 6244. So we're going to check it out. Figure we'll get through. Inviting Profligare into this. He. If there's anyone that wants to see me get spooked, it'd be him. We'll see if he's available. Seems Big Thuz out for the night. Unfortunate. Alright. Past that, let's see, what else we got? This handles our numbers. Let me do public void update score. Now set score. And then it'll be int just value. And then we can do score number is equal to, or dot text is equal to value dot to string. And then we'll do public void. Oh, you know what? I can have private int score, private int high score. We'll start those values. Okay. These should default to 0. All right. So we'll do public void set high score int value. Same idea. Dot text is equal to no. Value dot toString. And we'll also set high score equal to value. We'll also do the same thing here. Score equals value. If score is greater than high score, set high score to the new value. Oh, you know what? We'll do increase score. Okay, and then score dot to string. And then if score is greater than the high score, set high score. Oh, okay. So we got about a minute till the ads start. So we'll pause there, and then we will be back with some gaming. I don't think it's started yet, though. We'll wait for a moment. Let's see. I think that should do it. I'll need to call these values. I'll need to have access to the UI manager. Could probably do public UI manager static. Right, public static UI manager instance that. And then in ready, we'll do instance equals this. And that way we should be able to access it from the game manager, which will help for calling the score values. All right, we'll BRB. All right. We are back. Hello, hello, hello. How are you all? Let's go play some video games. All right, I haven't not closed out any of my code. All right. So let's get rid of this. Our Flapbird. I should probably not call it Flapbird if the character is a circle. But that's neither here nor there. All right, so, okay, I need to update this. Spooky gaming. Playing Kindred. Subject. I forgot the number. 6244? Hold on. I have it right here. It is 624. I got it. Alright, cool. I don't know if it's going to have a category. Considering it just came out. It doesn't look like it. Is there a horror category? Horror game collection. Perfect. Alright. Alright, let's do... it's not going to have a thing. So we'll do spooky game. So gaming. And then... horror. I'm absolutely terrible when it comes to horror, so I hope you're excited for that, because it's not going to go well. Alright, hold on. We're going to turn off the music, and let's get this all up and running. I'm excited. This, just came out. It is brand spanking new. The content of this game is not suitable for minors. It is not for the faint of heart. The narrative of this game is built through the choices you make. Choose wisely. I am bad at that. To play this game in Russian, good to know. Alright. Alright, what settings have we got? Is this a good volume for you guys? Is it too loud? Let me know. We're going to go with it's fine until I'm told otherwise. Can y'all... oh, y'all can't see it because it's full screen. Here you go. Hold on. Sorry about that. Oh, this one lets me actually change the screen size. Can I just... sweet! Oh, beautiful. This beats, officially beats Curse of the Dead Gods for letting me actually change the screen size. We're going to go down just a smidge. Alright. Alright, let's give her a shot. I'm terrible. Alright. You are seated across a shadowy figure, his face obscured by darkness as the sole light illuminates you and you alone. I have to do voices, otherwise I'm going to psych myself out. The atmosphere is harsh, your surroundings cold and uninviting. You get the distinct feeling that you don't want to be here. So does this work like other it does. Okay, I can save. Nice. I was trying to see if it worked like other visual novels in that regards. Okay. You have suffered a severe case of blunt force trauma, Agent. The man's voice is gravelly and grates on the ears, causing you to involuntarily twitch with discomfort. I like it. He leans closer. Dude, your eyes are gone. And though you can practically smell his breath, his face remains entirely indiscernible. You shift back to make distance between the two of you. Grape. I'm gonna just do grape. Agent Grape, that's me! Yeah! I knew it was... I didn't expect the agent part. Alright, splendid, Agent Grape. Absolutely splendid. He leans back once more and crosses his arms with a tilt of his head. Why don't we begin the interrogation? Oh. Yeah. The air inside of the facility is stale as always, nearly suffocating. You pay it no mind as you march along the corridor, visor covering your eyes and hands resting at your sides, keenly aware of the disciplinary tool mounted at your hip. Danger. It is there for emergencies. Thankfully, you have no need to use it thus far. A logo appears not too far ahead of you, a snake trapped in an eternal cycle of consuming itself. The Ouroboros. I'm glad it told me, because I knew it existed, I did not know what it was. You think there must be more significance to the image than you are gleaning from it. but you don't care to give it any more thought. You are paid to interrogate, not to question. At least, that's what they keep reminding you. You arrive at your destination. Before you lies a vault. This is 84. Secured on either side by heavy metal, there is no forcing this particular door open. You have a feeling it's been reinforced so strongly for a reason. An ear-splitting beep rings in your ears as two bright lights on either side of the chamber door suddenly flicker from red to green. The metal in front of you rises with a groan. Oh, hello. The inside of the chamber is entirely unimpressive, save for the lone figure seated on the ground at the deepest end. You can't help but feel uneasy as you observe it for a moment. Something drives you to warily approach it. Better safe than sorry, you think, and stay rooted to your position at the entrance. Alright, hold on. Boop. Alright. Let's stay back here. The seconds tick by gradually, and you begin to feel the back of your neck prickle with unease. What's this? Oh, got it. The figure on the other end of the room still hasn't moved, and you're beginning to wonder if it is alive at all. Agent Grape. A deep voice greets you, and you turn to meet the eyes of another agent who approaches you with heavy footsteps and a rigid posture. Raising your hand to your temple, you salute the higher-ranking soldier. He reciprocates the gesture leisurely and turns to place his hands behind his back once more. The two of you enter the room, and you ensure to keep the rhythm of your steps with the man beside you. If he notices your efforts, he does not acknowledge them. You come to a stop a few meters from the figure on the floor. At last, the figure looks up at you. The subject on the floor... Oh, Lord. The subject on the floor does not meet the other agent's gaze. Instead, it focuses its attention on you. The unease in your chest builds before the silence is thankfully interrupted. Subject 6244. The agent speaks with a rasp, each word dripping with repugnance. I am doing a terrible job speaking with repugnance. Captured 6/11, sedated 14 hours later, and imprisoned on 6/15. Made it real difficult for us. The figure looks down at that, its face once more facing the ground below. Other than that, this bitch is a blank slate. Your neck tingles uncomfortably at the rude remark. Then again, you think it's likely the thing below you deserves it. This subject's reputation precedes it, and you've only ever heard bad things. It doesn't look as dangerous as they say, though. You try to think back to the orders you received concerning the subject before you. Freak, designated as, what is that called? Classified. By morality agent, is hereby classified as a type classified anomaly following incident 6244-32A and the irreparable destruction of classified due to unforeseen, incredibly corrosive and deadly classified. Subject 6244 is by no means... Alright, that's as much as I can get. You have 3 days to interrogate it. 1 30-minute session a day to ensure the safety of you and the subject remains uncompromised. Is that real time? Because if that's real time, I have been fucking this up. The primary goal is extraction of as much information as possible regarding the anomalous nature of the figure and where it originated from. Only that could tell the organization how to keep it docile and explain how it came to be so monstrous. Even if he didn't look like a monster per se. Subject 6244. You state its designation with the slightest waver in your voice. Are you capable of communication? The figure does not look up from its place on the ground. You clear your throat. Ooh, do I want to be mean? I'm gonna do this for every goddamn decision if I can. All right. Are you capable of speech? The subject on the ground ever so slightly raises its head to once more silently observe you. You hold your breath without realizing it. Only when it ever so slightly shakes its head side to side do you let out a heavy sigh. It might be lying, you know. The agent spits the accusation out with a downturned mouth and knitted eyebrows. You can see his eyebrows? I mean, they're, next to each other. I guess it makes sense. Turning to glance back at you, he lifts a hand to pat you roughly on the shoulder. But no matter. You're making progress already. The man chuckles, though the sound is far from pleasant. We're putting you in charge of this project. Any and all information regarding 6244 will be passed through you, and jurisdiction on all matters concerning the subject is to be placed in your hands. It's not an easy burden to bear, Agent Grape. But the higher-ups believe in your abilities. Your eyebrows furrow in confusion. You're not sure where their confidence comes from. That's a mood. Oh, wait, can we read more? We'd like to thank... Oh, wait, this is different. Subject 2001 was successfully classified following thorough testing and classified of its species. All variants of Subject 2001 have been classified as of 5/15 classified. We would like to thank the classified and the classified's involvement with the project and all experiments involved. We'll look forward to successes like this and to working with you again. And there's more. My involvement in the success of Test 2001 was minimal. You were hesitant to remind the commanding officer. The man's... Okay, yeah, you can see his eyebrows. The man's eyes twinkle dangerously as they meet yours from the entrance of the chamber. You wouldn't be here if they didn't think you could succeed. There's no point questioning their decision, Agent. The board works in mysterious ways. That gives control vibes. I mean, this is all giving control vibes, so calling it the board kind of helps with that. The chamber door slides shut with a boom. The oppressing atmosphere of the dark chamber surrounds you. The area where he had hit you continues to sting as the man's footsteps echo in the outside hallway, leaving you alone in the vicinity of the figure. The subject's answer begs a very important question. It may be lying, but a gut feeling tells you that it truly isn't capable of speech. If it is not able to exchange words, how are you two meant to communicate with each other? For the first time in the several minutes you've been in the chamber, the figure below you shifts, as if it is uncomfortable. Oh, you know what? It might actually be a huge pain in the butt to try and save for all of these decisions. I'm going to try anyway. We'll see. Probably not going to work. The figure below you shifts as if it is uncomfortable. You get the distinct feeling it is trying to free its hands. Glancing behind you, you confirm the rest of the room to be entirely empty. When you finally meet its gaze again, it is looking at you expectantly. You want me to free your hands? There was a moment of silence, but it nods. I can't do that without permission. You state so authoritatively, crossing your arms. The figure beneath you sighs. You squint your eyes at it. Though I can put in a good word, who knows, though? Maybe they'll listen. Guess we'll have to resort to yes and no answers. I don't really feel like giving a freak like you any more mobility than you have. This was almost a reasonable answer, and then it became really rude. I don't know if I need to be rude to him yet. Alright, after a short, tense pause, it nods affirmatively. Perhaps it is attempting to free itself in order to showcase its own method of communication. More likely, it is simply looking for an excuse to free its arms, then its legs, and then itself from its constraints. After which you would probably die in a most unpleasant way. Huffing, you tap your chin in thought. Let's start with some yes and no questions. The figure below you makes no move to indicate it heard you. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see a glimmering, minuscule red light at the edge of the room. A security camera blinks conspicuously in your direction. You decide to pay it no mind. This place is on heavy surveillance for a reason, you remind yourself. Subject 6244, can you confirm that you can understand me? Just as it did previously, it ever so slightly nods its head downward. You can practically hear the researchers on the other end of the camera jotting down their notes feverishly. Some part of treating the thing in front of you like an animal makes you feel sick to your stomach. Subject 6244, are you entirely human? The figure on the ground observes you with the slightest... Is this the game that... Yes. Yeah. Also, welcome in, Biggie T. Good to see you, bud. How was your evening? Welcome in. Yeah, I just got started. I'm barely 10 minutes in, give or take. I've made 3 choices so far. Alright, the figure on the ground observes you with the slightest hint of curiosity as the question leaves your mouth. To your dismay, it does not answer. Alright, to be clear, it was asking if I was asking if it's entirely human. Alright. Subject 6244, can you please answer my question? After what feels like an eternity of silence, the being finally nods. A loud beep from the other end of the room startles you as you whip your head around to see the chamber door rise. Bright light floods the room and temporarily blinds you, forcing you to raise a hand to your eyes. A series of agents stands on the opposite side, weapons held threateningly in their hands. Their visors obscure their faces, and you have the distinct feeling that you are staring down a firing squad ordered to execute you. To your immense relief, the same agent from earlier appears at the edge of the group, motioning towards you. That's enough for today, Agent Grape. A quick introduction to your subject is all that was needed for your first session. I have 3 days, and all I get to do is introduce myself. Despite the urge to follow orders heavily ingrained within you, you can't help but raise your voice in confusion. I believe our 30 minutes have not yet concluded. That's quite all right. The agent retorts venomously, clear impatience in his voice. You think for your own safety you should concede to ending the interview early. On your way out, you glance quietly down at the woman at your feet. She tilts her head inquisitively at you once more. Other than that, her face remains motionless. Without another word, you step away from the subject and stride to the chamber's entrance. You resist the urge to glance over your shoulder before the chamber floods with darkness. Nice. Dude. The shadowy figure is once more observing you from the other end of the table. The lone spotlight shining down on you strains your eyes, but you make no move to block the blinding light. Do you remember, Agent Grape, what you decided following your first encounter with Subject 6244? Well, clearly, based off of how day 1 went, I would have asked the subject's hands to be freed for the next interview. The room reeks of sterility, as does the man in front of you. That you most definitely did. Any trace of amusement in his voice has long since vanished. You don't like the tone of his voice. It puts you on edge more than Subject 6244 did when you first met her. As the fluorescent lights flicker above you, the figure meets your eyes once more, even though you can't see his. If this ends up turning into Subject 6244 and then killing me, I'm going to be upset. Shall we continue? Although it would be cool to have the whole interview process get flipped. He asks with no semblance of inquiry. It is more a demand than a question. You feel there is nothing you can say to stall this interrogation further. You force yourself to get comfortable in the rigid metal chair. The facility's coldness is no longer a foreign concept. As you retrace your steps from yesterday to the same chamber, you can't help but feel an involuntary trickle of nervousness. I should probably get more water. 30 minutes. Will I get all 30 minutes? You must spend 30 minutes with the subject. No more, no less. Unless they decide. In those 30 minutes, you must learn enough information about the subject to warrant interest from the board in continuing experimentation, lest it be deemed a lost cause. Your stomach is clenching uncomfortably, knots forming in the base of your chest. A part of you feels silly for being nervous at all. The subject is docile in its current state. It will not hurt you. Not with the overkill security, the constant surveillance, and the countless soldiers ready to intervene at a moment's notice. At least, well, you hope they are. Spending 30 minutes in its immediate vicinity, however, is still rather unnerving. You do your best to calm your nerves. You stand in front of the chamber door. A now familiar beep indicates that the vault door is about to open, and you step back briefly to ensure you are not in the way. When you hear the telltale click of the door locking into place above you, you carefully enter. Once more, the subject sits on the other end of the room. Her hands are, as promised, no longer confined within the straitjacket. To your surprise, you find her sporting a strangely innocuous-looking red sweater with long sleeves, revealing the well-shaped arms underneath. While she is not overly masculine, she is not as frail as you initially imagined. Something is hidden between her palms. She immediately looks up at you as you enter, her hands pausing in their tinkering. You approach carefully, and she gestures with one hand toward the floor directly in front of her. You glance at the floor anxiously. She tilts her head ever so slightly. You repress the urge to mimic her. Boop. Stay standing uncomfortably, adjusting your collar, or do I get a little closer? I don't know. Fuck it, let's get closer. You carefully lower yourself to the floor in front of her. To your immense surprise, you think you see what looks like a small smile flash on her face. So ephemeral. Ephemeral? You're left wondering if you ever saw it at all. Letting out a nervous sigh, you cross your arms in your lap and observe her more closely. Excuse me. At last, you can see the object in her hand. It appears to be a pen. That's a weapon. Swiveling with long, confident strokes on a ragged piece of paper. It is yellowed at the edges, falling apart at the seams. You see the pen poke through the paper, and a momentary frown appears on the woman's face. At least none of these are rude anymore. Okay, I started getting, like, what's the word? I started getting, like, emotionally compromised already by getting closer earlier. So we're going to go down that whole path. Glancing up at you, she fumbles with the paper in front of her. Oh, I mean, that's really good. You know, considering you broke the paper. Slowly turning it in your direction, it is an indiscernible scribble of ink, the paper torn in a multitude of places. Deep underneath the chaotic strokes, you think you see a semblance of a face. It looks good. What is that? Alright, we're going to keep going. We're diving down into it. It looks good. It's good. The woman turns the paper back on herself, as if giving it a once-over. She glances back at you questioningly, and you nod your head reassuringly. You almost give her a thumbs up, but rethink the action at the last moment. You need to remain professional. Speaking of which, I need to ask you some questions. You speak softly, not wanting to make the situation any more nerve-wracking than it is. She folds her hands in her laps as if waiting for you to speak. You steel yourself for a proper professional questioning. The rigorous lessons and interrogation you endured come to mind, reminding you of proper etiquette. With a sigh, you get to your feet and look down at the subject below you. Subject 6244. You begin with all trace of amiability gone from your voice. Please state your designation. She raises one hand up carefully, beginning to sign letters to you. She signs very gradually, so that you are able to keep pace. Oh, please tell me I don't need to know these things. I don't know sign language. You try to discern them. Oh no. Let me guess. No! Damn it! The real horror. Not knowing ASL. I'm assuming that's ASL. Hold on. Sign language alphabet. Hold on. We're pulling it up. I'm going to figure out what the hell this is. Hold on. All right, hold on. R A. Crap, what's that one? I don't know what that one is. All right, hold on. It was R-A something. R-A. Yeah, that's R. Wait, hold on. Is that the other direction? Does it matter? The way the hands folded. Okay. I'm like doing the signs right now, so that way I can remember them. Crap, what is this one? I don't know. It's R-A something. Is that a P? That might be a P. Okay, hold on. R-A. I think that's either a... oh, what is that one? Okay, so it's not... Is it not on this list? Because I'm clearly reading it wrong, because that says it's like R-A-P-Q-A, almost. That's the closest I can find. Hold on. Well, these pictures are not helpful. Okay, wait a minute. All right, hold on. This one's much more clear. A. That looks like a P. Okay, 2 fingers. Is that supposed to be an H? A? I think P. Is it supposed to be an H? Alright, I'm gonna try one more time. She's getting mad at me. No. Sorry. I wasn't ready. Okay. R-A. I think that's supposed to be a P. And then 2 fingers. H. And then A. Rafa? God, I hope that's right. Oh my God. Alright. Alright. Shit. Okay. Oh, I really hope I don't need to know more sign language for the rest of this, because this is going to take way longer. Okay. A genuine smile crosses her face as she suddenly nods in your direction. Alright. I kind of want to save that. Actually, you know what? Here, we'll write it down. Sweet. Okay. You can't help but feel a little proud of yourself for understanding her. Google. Just to make this easier, though, is there another way we could communicate? She lowers her hands and moves to pick up the paper in front of her. That should work. Rafa. After a moment of scribbling, she turns it to you and taps the page once. An uneasy shiver travels down your spine as you reread the word in front of you multiple times. Somehow, it isn't strange to you that this subject has a name. Everything about her is becoming more and more human. That simple fact disturbs you more than anything you've witnessed within the walls of this organization. Imprisoning a beast is simple. When everything is black and white, there's nothing to think about, and only friends and administration to blame if that monster breaks free. At least then, there is a united, simple goal, an easy solution. But imprisoning something even remotely human, an intelligent being with free will, a conscience, perhaps even a soul, without a burden of proof damning them the most atrocious sins, it's difficult not to let your mind wander. Already, you feel that strangling, choking feeling squeezing tight around your heart. Empathy. Empathy for a being that, on the outside, doesn't look so different from you. You suppose it's what's on the inside that counts. You remind yourself to continue your questioning. From where do you originate, you ask, imitating a machine. You hate being so emotionless, but it's for the best. Where are you from, you ask, silently cursing yourself for not phrasing the question more formally. No, we've gone down this path. We're continuing. I'm closing the sign language thing. The subject turns the paper back around with no hesitance, the hard line of her covered facial features having softened. She writes swiftly, as if not wishing to waste your time. Deep down, you think, maybe she's even excited to share. When she turns the sheet back around, you're surprised to see more than just a word. Goris, a city in Armenia. I swear I can speak. You make out what looks like the boundary lines of a country, and in it, a large circle pinpoints the corner of the shape. The circle is accompanied by another word, Goris. The larger area is highlighted as Armenia. Goris. You ponder quietly for a moment. In Armenia, you point to the shape, looking up at her to confirm. She nods encouragingly. I'm assuming that that's a village. Is that a village? She leans up then, tilting her body side to side as if in thought before. To your surprise, shrugging and lifting up a hand. So. Yeah. You can't help but find it so absurd that you are barely able to withhold a laugh. The instant action is so unfitting of the subject before you. I see. Did any other family live there with you? Her posture sags ever so slightly at the question. After a short moment, she carefully reaches out to tap the brother written on the page. Anyone else? She shakes her head. You squint your eyes at the word on the page. Did she have no other family? Do you know what became of your other relatives? You half expect her to react negatively to the question, but instead she reaches for the paper and the pen again. Having finished scribbling her next answer, she once more turns it to you. You take mental note of the answer, then moved away. Moved away to where? America. I love how vehemently this is written. Believe me, I'm feeling that too these days. At the question, she reaches out for the paper and scribbles down America. Figures, you think. The answer gives you pause. Why would her family abandon her and her brother? Did they split ways on purpose? As if sensing your confusion, she picks up the tool once more and annotates just below the word, to help with money. What is this? Oh, the money is better. Dollar is over the dram. Thank you for telling me what this was, because I had no idea. You nod along to her explanation. So they moved in an attempt to earn more money to help you and your brother thrive in Armenia. Is that correct? She nods, slowly, with knit eyebrows and an ever so slightly downturned mouth. You weigh your next options carefully. There's a chance to dig deeper here, but should you? Let's move on. We're going the empathy route. This woman seems to perk up at the idea and folds her hand in front of herself. You check the time intermittently and glance back. In the allotted half hour given to you by the administration, you've already used up more than half of your time. You scurry your mind for more relevant questions. Boop. I am going to run out of things. What do you usually draw? What's the last thing you remember before waking up here? When was the first time you did something you couldn't explain? This is empathy all the way. This is related to why I'm actually here. And so is this. The woman seems slightly taken aback by your inquiry, and after digesting it, she brings the pen back up to tap her chin lightly. She begins to weave her pen over the page. Her movements are delicate. She makes wide and quick strokes, and you begin to see a shape emerge. It is nothing like the chaotic mess of ink that you observed her making when you first walked into the room. This time, it is much more obviously the visage of a young man. The edges of the face are becoming more defined, the sharp features capturing every detail so perfectly. Once her hand has come to a stop on the page, you wait patiently to see if she will add on to it. Once it's clear she's finished her demonstration, you look up at her face once more. She tilts her head subtly before turning the page your way. Is it her brother? Oh, it moves. It almost feels like the drawing is alive. Why? Because it's animated? You don't quite mean that as a compliment, you realize. The picture, unnervingly, truly does look alive. You can't understand why, though. Faces. You usually draw faces, or just this one in particular? She mulls over your question before tacitly pointing down at the picture she's drawn. Just that one, then. Okay, well, I don't think I need to save that. It's the last thing you remember before waking up here. The woman seems slightly taken aback by your inquiry, and after digesting it, brings the pen up to tap her chin lightly. Snow. You read the word. The moment she confirms that you have, she turns the page in her direction and begins to draw. You observe curiously as the pen makes wild strokes, texturing the sheet with quick, sharp twists of her wrist. A scene of a forest begins to slowly form, covered with snow. When she's fit, that is a fantastic forest to just draw on some random napkin-looking paper. When she's finished, her wrist hovers over the paper indecisively. That's the last place you remember, right? She nods once. Was there anyone with you? Her eyebrows knit together under the cloth. She writes jaggedly, almost agitatedly. Wardens. Ooh. You squint your eyes in thought before putting two and two together. By wardens, she's referring to the board. To an extent, you realize she is referring to you. By wardens, you mean us, correct? She gives a small, curt nod. You eye the drying ink on the page before you. Do you wish you could go back? You feel somewhat foolish for having asked at all. To your surprise, she doesn't immediately nod. Instead, she raises her shoulders suddenly before dropping them back down. A little shrug. Would you prefer to stay? Before you can finish, she roughly grabs the sheets and writes angrily, No, wardens are cruel. Okay, yeah, fair enough. After a tense quiet, she taps the paper. You feel a pinch of guilt in your gut. From past interrogations, you know firsthand just how cruel they can truly be. Alright, let's move on. When was the first time you did something you couldn't explain? The moment the question leaves your mouth, you suddenly feel a stark coldness around you. Involuntarily shivering, you notice that the woman before you has gone still. She takes one shaky breath. Her face is turned toward the ground, as if in deep but immensely troubled thought. You can't help but wonder what the extent of her anomalous properties truly are. She lifts up a hand as if to sign something. Instead, she leaves it hovering. Small changes of her expression, the only indicator of troubling thoughts swirling underneath. Eventually, after what feels like an eternity, she lifts her chin up and reaches for the pen. After. Well, shit, what was that? I clicked too fast. You furrow your eyebrows in confusion, trying to glean its meaning. When all that comes up is a blank, you look back up at her. After what? She lifts her finger up to point her previous writing. The brother becomes smudged as her finger traces a hand through it. Did she kill her brother? The moment her finger taps the word, she lifts her hand up to her throat and drags a finger across it. She did. You feel your heart fall into your stomach at the gesture. Oh. You feel a heavy weight settle in your stomach. You think you've put it together, but you don't like what you see. Your abilities. They manifested after the death of your brother. After a moment of tense quiet, she gives one small bow of her head in confirmation. You find it hard to respond to her for a few moments. You're torn between empathy and the need to remain professional. Your voice is quiet when you next speak. I'm sorry. Though she doesn't respond, you feel her ever so slightly relax. I think it's best if we moved on to other questions. You hope a change in subject will be more productive. You look down to check the time on your wristwatch. You glance at the time with raised eyebrows, realizing that the half hour is about to conclude. When you glance at the subject, she tilts her head questioningly at you. Our allotted time together has concluded. You state so matter-of-factly and get to your feet. I'll return tomorrow. You see her shoulders slump ever so slightly. You can't help but feel the tiniest smidgen of pity. They must get lonely in the dark, after all. Before you can turn away from her, she is lifting her palm up unsurely. When you look at her questioningly, she reaches for the pen and hastily scribbles one more word onto it. Promise. You let out a small breath at the word, suddenly amused. She doesn't laugh, however. After a moment, you speak. I promise. You nod curtly and turn around. She makes no further move to stop you, and when you get to the boundary of the chamber door, it lifts for you. You glance back to find her observing you with a tilt of her head. She taps the pen against her palm rhythmically before pausing. You take that as your cue to leave. Interesting. The shadowy figure rearranges itself in front of you, crossing its legs together in a near comically villainous display. Despite the comical pose, you feel the knot in your stomach tighten. You are reaching the climax of the story that you, not even 24 hours ago, lived through. How intriguing that second day was, wouldn't you say? The man speaks in an entirely indiscernible tone. You swallow tightly. Why don't you tell me how it ended? Once again, it is more a command than a question. It was all recorded, intricately, and with immense attention to detail. Not a single part of your actions was missed by their keen eye. We had a rather productive discussion about what she enjoys drawing, as well as the circumstances under which she ended up here. It. You jump at the sudden anger in his voice. Not she, Agent Grape. It. Okay, alright. Your blood curdles uncomfortably. You clear your throat and correct yourself. It provided a plethora of information regarding its origin and its interests. The man shifts in his chair, his hands curling further into themselves as silence permeates the suffocating air in the room. Whoops. Your discomfort heightens when you hear a small chuckle escape your interrogator's mouth. How curious, Agent Grape, that the subject took such a liking to you. With the day's events recounted and an ever-growing feeling of wrongness in your gut, you steel yourself for the final act. The memories of the day prior come to mind, and with a tacit agreement to finish the tale, you recount the final day. The cool air of the facility is familiar to you now, seeping through your helmet and freezing the trails of sweat escaping your brow. As conditioned and sealed as this environment is, it is also unbearably warm in your uniform. You try not to tense too much as you approach the chamber door, keeping your expression stoic and glancing up at the blinking cameras. You hate how they twitch curiously, observing every minuscule detail of your person, every move recorded, every action criticized. It's suffocating. You turn to face the door. There's the sound of a thick lock being forced open, and the chamber door begins to lift with an airy creak. You breathe deeply, preparing yourself for your final day. She waits for you in the same spot that you left her, rising to her feet as you step into the room. You're surprised to find a smidgen of emotion evident on her face, something you can't quite place, although it looks anxious. She observes you with tacit curiosity as you approach her. This time, not waiting for a cue, you sit down in front of her. She takes this as an invitation to join you, lowering herself to the ground and crossing her legs. She watches you silently, but with an intensity that was not present previously. Hello, Rafa. You greet her warmly, and at the sound of her name, she gives you a small smile. You glance down at the space between her hands and feet, finding it strangely empty. I notice your sketchbook is missing. The camera in the corner of the room jerks restlessly, as if having taken renewed interest in your conversation. The figure in front of you shrugs subtly, confusing you. You are under the assumption that she cared deeply for its contents, but you may be mistaken. The tenseness in her shoulders, however, tells you a different story. Almost immediately, you sense that something isn't right. Clearing your throat, you choose to continue the interrogation, albeit a little bit more wary of your surroundings. Before your train of thought can translate into spoken words, there is the faintest sound to your right. Pausing, you glance over in its direction. The woman in front of you has stilled, similarly turning her head to observe the origin of the groaning. When you move to investigate, you feel something roughly grab you by the pant leg, and, glancing down to find her arm holding you down, perfectly out of sight of the blinking camera, you let yourself fall back into your position. When you look at her, expression perfectly neutral, she very subtly shakes her head. You get the message, but are very quickly becoming racked with nervousness. She is acting strangely, and strangeness in this already odd place is almost never a good thing. How should I talk with you? The weight of the last day is heavy on you, the time ticking away like a bomb ready to go off. You realize you want more time with her. You've got no sketchbook. The hand gripping your leg suddenly moves to your arm. Oh! With astonishment, you observe as inky black veins snake up her elbow and onto her pale forearm, pulsing right underneath the surface before coalescing into letters. You take a sharp breath. You do not see this. You try not to shudder at the words that have coalesced on her arm. That's a wild ability. As uncanny and repulsive as this form of communication is, it works. I suppose. You speak a little louder to be safe, trying not to glance at the camera. We'll have to resort to some yes or no questions. Is that right? The woman nods encouragingly, and keeping her hand on your arm, readjusts her seat on the ground. Your panicked mind strums up questions to ask, though the ticking of the clock at the top of the wall is suddenly echoing in your brain. It feels like you're on a time limit. The sense of wrongness is amplified by the minute. Something is about to happen. You are sure of it. Rafa, are you able to see? Rafa, is something preventing you from speaking? Are you scared of what you can do? I'm curious about these two the most. Rafa, is something preventing you from speaking? Her shoulders become rigid the moment the last word leaves your mouth. She tilts her head down, tacitly contemplating. You see her jaw move, working itself as if she is exploring her mouth with her tongue. Then she shifts her back in front of the camera. In the corner. Oh, okay. She shifts her back in front of the camera in the corner and with a grimace lifts a hand to open her mouth. Your eyes widen as a shiver of repulsion shoots down your spine. Ooh. Where her... Oh, I saw the fangs. I was like, ooh. Where her tongue should be is a bloodied lump of flesh, serrated at the back, still bleeding profusely. The liquid is an inky hue, however, and somehow none of it leaks past her open mouth. You look away, disgust boiling in your gut. You can feel the hints of nausea developing. Force them down. I see. You're unable to form a more coherent response, clearing your throat as the words come out weaker than you hoped. You can't help but wonder what cut out her tongue. Or who. Was it the organization? Are you able to see? She promptly shakes her head no. They've taken my human sight now. No, now I see through them. Whoa. The words that manifest on your head tell a different story, and you read over them with a racing heart. A million questions speed through your brain. Oh, we got ads in 5. We'll pause when we get to them. A million questions speed through your brain like a runway train, unable to stop itself in its momentum. You want to voice them, but know that she won't approve. It's not safe, after all. The curiosity is unbearable. You bite your bottom lip in a frenzy. I see. Thank you. That would be bad. Don't ask questions right now. They don't know what then is. I see. Thank you. Are you scared of what you can do? She nods her head curtly in response. I used to be, but now I realize I am the one in control. You glance down discreetly at your hand, looking over the words once, twice, 3 times to make sure you've read them right. A spike of fear travels down your spine. You hastily cough, quickly pulling together an appropriate response. You want to ask more, but are unsure how to go about it. Perhaps keeping up the facade is the right way to go. You ponder quietly. In what way? That isn't a yes or no question. Alright, I'm going to ask it, but I have a feeling I'm going to immediately reload this. She tilts her head a little to the side. In response, your eyes follow the direction of her chin to the camera. You glance away from the blinking red light as soon as your eyes rest on it. Don't ask too many questions, you think she's telling you. Alright, yeah, I'm going to redo that. I had a feeling that was going to be that way. I understand. The questions run dry, and you feel your tongue resting heavily in your mouth. Wow, rub it in, you have a tongue. You're not sure you're happy with what you found out. If anything, the growing feeling of unease in your gut has only tripled. There is a sound of a distant boom. You look at the ceiling, feeling the slightest tremor in the ground below you. Turning your gaze back to Rafa, she is looking directly at you, her expression unchanged. As another, much more violent boom rocks the facility, your eyes widen. Agent Grape, a loud voice booms as the intercom crackles to life. Exit Chamber 17A immediately. You shakily get to your feet, looking down at your companion. She follows you up with her face, and as if sensing your hesitance, rises to her feet alongside you. You can now hear the faint sounds of echoing screams, the booms becoming more and more rapid, the shaking continuous and violent. This is your final warning. The intercom shrieks loudly, but as Rafa lifts her hand in your direction, you pay it no mind. You shakily raise your own, hovering it over her upper palm. Kills me. Doesn't kill me. A sudden alarm blares and the room is painted red. Ominous shadows crawl along the wall as the sound of screaming approaches, the rumbling and shaking of the floor just outside of the chamber door. She gives you a small smile as the door slides open, revealing traces of blood and fire crackling just outside. She leads you to the edge, and once you've both stepped over the boundary, she squeezes your hand. You look up at her with astonishment and awe before an explosion nearly knocks you off of your balance. A spike of fear strikes you at the sight of armored guards at the end of your corridor, and with a scream you duck down as they open fire in your direction. You feel hands grab you by the back and shove you forward. Rafa is right behind you, and you see her grimace at the sound of tearing flesh, as the sound of tearing flesh greets your ears. You are about to turn another corner when a bright flash of light sends you flying into the nearby wall. You slide against it, dazed. Out of the corner of your blurring vision... We have 45 seconds. Out of the corner of your blurring vision, you see Rafa quickly limping away with a hand covering her ruptured backside. She looks back at you, grimacing, but she doesn't stop. You want to stop her, but your voice comes out in harsh, nearly silent rasps. The last thing you see is a guard kneel down in front of you, the giant barrel of his gun pointed directly at your forehead. The figure in front of you has crossed his arms, his face eternally hidden in shadow. Only now do you notice the iron cuffs bounding your wrists. Your head feels lighter than usual, the thick dead air blowing through your now naked locks of hair. Alright, we'll stop. because ads are about to. Look, I don't know how long it takes for them to start from the ad starting soon thing, but it says they're about to start. So I'm liking this. I can't wait to run the the not nice version of this. Although I guess none of these endings are, so far were good. I feel like this was the closest one to good that I was going to get. All right. We're going to BRB. Let the ads start their run. We'll be back once they've finished up. All right. Let's finish up this run. And then let's try making it a little bit let's try turning it up a bit afterwards. All right, your face is bare, your emotions lay it out for all to see. Conspiring with the enemy is strictly against our code, Agent Grape. The man warns you snidely, a mocking tone in his voice. Yet you seem to have taken the inopportune moment of the breach not to help protect your colleagues' lives, but to instead attempt to aid Subject 6244's escape. You hold your tongue. Wouldn't you say that's correct, Agent? The man is insistent, leaning forward to smugly regard you. You lock eyes with the shadow. She didn't deserve what you did to her. What we did to it, Agent, was necessary to extract information. And with your help, this dangerous anomaly has escaped into the world where it can wreak havoc upon innocent lives. I'd say that crime is punishable by even death. The concept of capital punishment doesn't faze you as much as it should. The crushing realization of your organization's true purpose, their cruel and unusual methods, weighs heavily on your mind. You took out her eyes and her tongue because you were curious. The man on the other side of the table doesn't respond. The familiar feeling of disgust strengthens in your chest. That will be all, Agent Grape. The man moves to get to his feet. The creaking of the room's door is suddenly overlapped with a wet crunch. Oh, she did come back. You frown, glancing up in confusion. Your mouth falls open at the sight of Rafa, holding the interrogator, or rather, what remains of him, against the wall. In the blink of an eye, his form is splattered against the wall in an inky blotch, no trace of his body remaining. You feel specks of warm liquid coat your face and flinch in disgust. When she turns to regard you, her shoulders have relaxed. She approaches you carefully, placing a hand on your cuffed wrists and dissolving the metal as if it was water. The inky remnants of the metal fall to the floor in a thick ooze, and as you exit the room, you observe the once pristine corridors of the facility. How did you get in? Wordlessly, she points at the corner of the room. There, where the camera should be, a lump of black ooze drips down the wall. As you walk past, doors leading to other parts of the facility are sealed off by the dark tendrils, allowing you to waltz all the way to the facility exit. On the way, you find a plethora of similar-looking stains on the wall, and the eeriness of what that implies makes your gut churn. You lose count of how many you find, mentally taking note that each was likely a living human being not 2 minutes prior. It is nothing short of a massacre. You try not to make your petrified glance in her direction too obvious. They'd locked her in that room for a reason. The small, reassuring smile she gives you surprisingly eases your nerves. She also fought her way into the depths of this facility, one that belongs to an organization she no doubt fears for what it did to her, just to get to you. You step through the exit, blowing air into the cool night. Steam rises into the darkness, and your eyes take a note of the glowing moon in the sky. As you walk into the forest, you feel a hand rest on your back, the sound of crunching leaves and fauna accompanying your journey into the darkness. After many minutes, you reach an opening at last, and the hand on your back disappears. The mountainside allows you to oversee a plethora of city lights down below, moonlight shining upon the populated town. Down there, you might have connections. If you're lucky enough, you'll find a way to escape the organization's reach, no matter how big it is. Glancing back at Rafa, you observe her lag behind, hidden in the midst of the dense brush. She stays behind a tree, watching cautiously. The city lights behind you glimmer invitingly, but you know that you can't drag her there in her current state. She would be noticed immediately. Something in you screams that she would be forced to hurt innocent people against her will. It's a scenario you need to avoid at all costs. What about you? She gives you a small smile and simply shakes her head. You stand in the silent clearing, a faint echoing wind ringing in your ears. It is the only sound aside from the deafening quiet and the occasional whistling birds and rustling leaves. Then, with the smallest wave, she is gone. Oh, what? Go together! You are left on the cliffside, moonlight raining down upon your figure in the forest clearing. The expanse of the city below you glows brighter, your new hope for the future to come. While it may be bleak at first, having chosen to run away from your life for a prisoner that did not deserve her punishment, you know that being in an organization that so cruelly enforces its many savage laws would eventually break you. You think you're lucky to have made any impact on her at all. You turn to face the city, letting the image of her small smile cement in your memory forever. The first step down the mountain is the first of freedom, away from the clutches of the organization. You think that maybe, in the end, you were imprisoned too. With freedom granted to the both of you, it's possible, sometime, somewhere, you'll meet again. The thought makes you smile. Well, that was ending 3. That was good. That was like the thriller ending, because it was not, like, terrifying because she didn't have to terrify me. You know what I mean? 3 of 4. Okay. Check extras. Wait. Having witnessed one end of the dreadful tale, the lost soul shows kindness even at first sight, opened his mind to decode those two incomprehensible truths. The answers lay hidden beneath the portrait. I have no idea what that means. Okay, good to know. Use mouse scroll to advance through dialogue. Okay, nice. Does that work now? It wasn't working yet. Cool. I dig this. Alright. Alright, so do I have to start over to keep the progress, or will it, like, unload it? Here, let's test. Alright, that didn't work. So, we're gonna go back to the main menu. Alright. Control. Ha ha ha. Grape. Zada. Skip. Skip. Nice. Okay. Oh, you know what? I never approached it right at the beginning. Is that how I get that 4th ending? I'll try that one a different time. This time, we're going to go the completely opposite route. Alright. I've seen this stuff. The figure looks up at us. Oh, okay. Alright. So, we're going to start all the way over here. You should answer my question, Subject 6244. I'd rather things didn't get nasty so early. Alright, we're going to really make this. We're going to absolutely deserve our fate. Hold on, I'm going to open a nice LaCroix because I need my water. Alright, the figure does not budge from its slumped position against the wall. You and the agent exchange a cross look. The agent gestures vaguely downward, and you get the message. As you slide your hand down to the disciplinary tools strapped to your waist, just before your hands can wrap around the handle, the figure's head nods ever so slightly. Your hand retracts subconsciously, and you tense up at the realization that the creature before you can, indeed, understand you. It could be lying. The agent spits out the accusation with a downturned mouth and knitted eyebrows. Turning to glance back at you, he lifts a hand and pats you roughly on the shoulder. But no matter, you're making progress already. Although he chuckles, the sound is far from pleasant. Alright, I know this stuff. Alright. They believe in my abilities. Your eyebrows pinch in confusion. You are not sure where their confidence comes from. My involvement in the success of Test 2001 was minimal. You're hesitant to remind the commander. Alright, I've seen this. The board works in mysterious ways. Alright, the subject's answer begs a very important question. It might be lying, but it doesn't feel like it. How are we supposed to communicate? First time in several minutes you've been in the chamber and the figure below you shifts as if it is uncomfortable. You get the distinct feeling it is trying to free its hands. Glancing behind you, you confirm the room to be entirely empty. When you finally meet its gaze again, it is looking at you expectantly. You want me to free your hands? There's a moment of silence, but eventually it nods. I can't do that without permission. You state so authoritatively, crossing your arms. The figure beneath you sighs. You squint your eyes at it. Guess we'll have to resort to yes and no answers. Don't really feel like giving a freak like you any more mobility than you have. Yeah, full on asshole, let's go. Alright, at the mention of the word freak, it tilts its head at you ever so slightly. You have no idea what to make of that. It sits perfectly still as your words echo in the empty room. At the very least, you think you got the message. Let's start with some yes or no questions. The figure below you makes no move to indicate it heard you. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see a glimmering, minuscule red light at the edge of your room. A security camera blinks conspicuously in your direction. You decide to pay it no mind. This place is on heavy surveillance for a reason, you remind yourself. Subject 6244, can you confirm that you can understand me? Just as it did previously, it ever so slightly nods its head downward. You can practically hear the researchers on the other end of the camera jotting down their notes feverishly. Some part of treating the thing in front of you like an animal makes you feel strangely safe. Subject 6244, are you entirely human? The figure on the ground observes you with the slightest hint of curiosity as the question leaves your mouth. To your annoyance, it does not answer. Subject 6244, I will not hesitate to resort to violence at your insubordinates. The room remains eerily silent, and the figure on the floor continues to stare you down, almost as if in defiance. Your upper lip curls in apprehension. Subject 6244, can you please answer my question? Can't you leave me no choice? Alright, we're going full. This is it. Here we go. Alright. This time, with little hesitation, you reach for the disciplinary tool and open it threateningly in front of the subject. That's enough for today, Agent Grape. A familiar voice rings out behind you. Quickly swiveling your head to identify the source, you notice that in your concentration, you failed to notice the chamber door behind you slide open once more. A series of agents standing on the opposite side, weapons held threateningly in their hands, their visors obscuring their faces, as you have the distinct feeling that you are staring down a firing squad ordered to execute you. A quick overview of your subject is all that was needed for your first session. The agent reiterates your objective before motioning with his hand to the outside corridor. You glance quietly down at the thing at your feet. It tilts its head inquisitively at you once more. Other than that, its face remains emotionless. Without another word, you step away from the subject and stride toward the chamber's entrance. You don't bother glancing back at the creature behind you. If the interview is concluded, it's not worth any more of your time. The lights in the chamber shut off, and you can't be more glad to be out of the darkness. Feels like this is a horror game if you're a fucking dick. And if you're like a decent fucking person, it's not as bad. The shadowy figure is once more observing you from the other end of the table. The lone spotlight shining down on you strains your eyes. He better offer me a promotion at the end of this playthrough if I'm not fucking dead. But you make no move to block out the blinding light. Do you remember, Agent Grape, what you decided following your first encounter with Subject 6244? I asked to be further armed for the next interview. The room reeks of sterility, as does the man in front of you. That you most definitely did. He says so with the most mild amusement. The tone of his voice irritates you, even more so than Subject 6244's silence did when you first met it. As the fluorescent lights flicker above you, the figure meets your eyes once more, even though you can't see his. Shall we continue? He asks with no semblance of inquiry. It is more a demand than a question. You feel there is nothing you can say to stall this interrogation further. You force yourself to get comfortable in the rigid metal chair. The facility's coldness is no longer a foreign concept. As you retrace your steps from yesterday... Can I skip this bit? Alright. Once more, the creature sits on the other side of the room. It is as constricted as it was the day prior, and to you, it seems it may not have even moved from its position on the floor. You feel no empathy for the monster. You cross your arms and get ready to begin the interrogation. Subject 6244, You are going to receive a number of yes or no questions. You dictate almost mechanically, your jaw set with a firm twinkle in your irises. You show no signs of weakness to the creature before you. Answer appropriately, or we will be forced to use corrective measures. When it does not respond, you narrow your eyes. Is that clear? You make it as clear as possible that it is not a request, but a demand on your organization's part. At last, it raises its head to regard you. The slow, deliberate nod is enough of a go-ahead for you to begin. Glancing at the red light in the corner of the room, you take a deep breath and face the beast once more. A series of questions runs through your mind. Alright, your document files state that you were extracted from the country of Armenia in the northern half of Mount Aragats. Is this correct? Your document files state that your anomalous abilities first appeared in the summer of 2019. Is this correct? Your document files state that you are 20 years of age. Is this correct? Alright. It bows its head in confirmation. The age of the beast before you unnerves you. You remind yourself that while in human years, that is a young and impressionable age, the subject before you is no longer a normal, functional human being. The fact that it is 20 years old does not excuse it of its atrocious acts against your organization and humanity. You do the math quickly, following up the question with a millisecond pause. If we are to calculate the date which you first received your anomalous properties, you were 17 when they first manifested. Is this correct? It nods its head tiredly. Perhaps it too wants to be here as little as you do. Your document files state that you were extracted from the country of Armenia in the northern half of Mount Aragats. Is this correct? After a moment of silence, it once more nods its head. You take another sidelong glance at the camera in the corner of the room, imagining the scientists taking notes. You wonder if they will find any information worthy enough to keep this subject alive. Were you residing on Mount Aragats? It shakes its head slightly. Were you simply passing by? It bows its head. You store its answers in your head, attempting to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Your document files state that your anomalous abilities first appeared in the summer of 2019. Is this correct? It nods its head with a faint sigh. Despite its monstrous history, which, admittedly, you have been provided little about, you find the expression on the creature's face to be oddly comical. Almost childish. Were those anomalous abilities greatly distressing to you? It doesn't move for a few moments. At last, it nods. Did these abilities cause you physical harm? The subject shakes its head. Were the detrimental effects of these abilities solely psychological? It squirms uncomfortably on its place on the floor. After a moment of tense quiet, it rigorously nods its head, as if forcing itself to do so. You clear your throat and arrange your hands behind your back. There are several more questions that roam through your head. You attempt to sort them, but steel yourself for more negative reactions. You will have to pry deeper in order to gain worthwhile information. Not for the safety of the creature in front of you, but instead to secure yourself as a worthy interrogator. Ooh. You've spent many long months working under experiment leads and technicians, eyes following your every move. You've long since dreamed of working on the field and securing beasts. Being able to work with them in a safer setting is the first ultimate step to achieving your goal. You mentally come to a decision on your next series of questions and straighten up. There are two paths you can take. One, more formal. The other, more exploratory. You ponder whether or not to let the curiosity take over this interrogation. Did you live in Armenia with your family? Alright, so this is probably the more middle of the road. I'm imagining this is where you get to, like, ending 2. In fact, I think I got ending 3 because I didn't do that very fucking first decision to, like, approach immediately anyway. Your document states that you are a subject of higher classification. This makes you a more dangerous and expensive project to pursue. Do you agree with this classification? You think that your words have gone over the beast's head for a few moments. Then, almost comically, it shrugs in response. Subject 6244, answer the question or I will use force. The creature glances up at you, as if in defiance. You decide to put an end to its imagined superiority over you. Me. Oh shit. Oh shit. There we go. Wrapping your arms around the disciplinary tool, you jab it into the crook of its neck. The seldom place its skin is visible that isn't its face, and watch as jolts of electricity emanate from the tip and into the beast. It jerks, spasming as the most definitely painful electricity courses through its body. You relent only when its head has dropped forward. Respond to the question. When it similarly fails to do so, you administer another jolt. It twitches once more, and you wonder just how much it can take. Uh-oh. Thankfully for you, it seems to be entirely helpless to fight back, so there's no need to worry about backlash. Alright. Ooh. You yield, moving the tool away from its neck when it hacks up a dark liquid. You look down upon the creature with disgust. Looks like you're not eager to answer me. Suppose we'll have to get creative. Oh no! Off to your left, in the darkness of the corner, you notice a tray table in the corner of the room. On it, you glimpse several rather useful tools. Meandering over, you reach for the nearest one. No! The horror is us! The horror is us! No! Twirling it in your fingers, your eyes gleam over the bright glow of the perfectly clean, unblemished blade. You return to the subject of the ground, and, with a huff, lower yourself to your knees. You begin to study its face, searching for any obvious weak points. Its eyes are covered, presumably already worked on. Oh my god. A part of you shudders at the thought. You eye its mouth with a calculated gaze. You suppose its mute nature may have been similarly induced. There are several other soft spots, but your eyes linger on the small ear, no, that sticks out of its matted hair. You eye it with bated breath, wondering if this is the right course of action. Oh, shit. Alright, well. Alright, your eyes harden as you reach forward, grabbing it by the hair. It startles, but doesn't move as you bring the blade to its head. Instead, it only looks away with grit teeth. Oh, like grit. Okay, grit teeth. No, I don't want to see it. As you begin to slowly saw through the soft tissue, you glance at it to find that it is bitten through its lip, blood seeping down its chin. Okay, just in case. Hold on. Here, let's do that. Can I can't select that. I was gonna update the... I don't require... Okay. The minimum required to meet that feature. Can I do it now? Here. I've labeled our content a little bit more accurately. Alright. You glance down to find that it has bitten through its lip, blood seeping down its chin. You find it strange that it hasn't even made a single sound. You barely notice when you've cut through the entirety of the skin, the loose piece of cartilage falling aside, leaving a bloodied, pulsing, raw pulp behind. You scrunch your face up in disgust as you pull away. Well, not even a sound. It breathes raggedly. You get the feeling that had the blindfold been off, its eyes would have pierced your soul. Or should I cut off something else, too? At the lack of response, you grind your teeth in irritation. It seems that no matter the pain you inflict, it won't budge. Perhaps it's gotten used to being treated like an animal. But if so, That only hurts your chances of finding out more. You hope you're more successful with your next subject. Lowering your head in defeat, you place the blade back onto the tray table. If not for this organization's strict regard to rules, you wouldn't have checked the time. It is barely past the 22-minute mark. You know that that with the subject's lack of cooperation, they will excuse you for concluding the interrogation early. You turn to the chamber door without another word. The moment you step up to it, it slides open, allowing you to pass through. You don't bother glancing back at the creature behind you. A red light blinks mockingly at you in the hall. You glare at it. It rotates slightly, as if curiously inclining its head while it observes you. You take that as your cue to leave. Oh, I feel like such an asshole. The shadowy figure rearranges itself in front of you, crossing its legs together in a near comically villainous display. Despite the comical pose, you feel the knot in your stomach tighten. You are reaching the climax of the story that you, not even 24 hours ago, lived through. How intriguing that second date was, wouldn't you say? The man speaks in an entirely indiscernible tone. You swallow tightly. Why don't you tell me how it ended? Alright. I cut off its ear in order to coerce it into continuing the interrogation. And did it work? There is a hint of amusement coloring his tone. You grit your teeth and lower your gaze. No. The man sighs to himself. What a shame. If I am to speak candidly, the man's face remains obscured in shadow, I would have thought your methods to be most acceptable and even needed. But alas, he lets out a chuckle entirely devoid of amusement. This creature was not one to yield to violence. With the day's events recounted, an ever-growing feeling of wrongness in your gut, you steel yourself for the final act. The memories of the day prior come to mind, and with a tacit agreement to finish the tale, you recount the final day. Alright, let's see if we can skip this. Uh-oh, the creature's nowhere to be seen. With a frown, you step into the darkness of the chamber. You're one step in when you suddenly hear the sound of an alarm, blood-red lights flooding every corner of the room, leaving ominous, stretched shadows on the wall. You immediately backpedal, only to find yourself pressed against solid, cold metal. Tilting your head back, you find the chamber door behind you, has suddenly flown shut with a loud bang, trapping you in the room. The confines of the chamber are still empty, and your heart races in your chest and threatens to burst through your ribcage as you regard the empty area around you with wide eyes. You think you see a face hidden in the darkness, floating features in a pitch-black void. You are frozen to your spot, unable to move. A paralyzing fear takes over you. You blink once, and the floating features in front of you disappear. Swallowing heavily, you place a hand against the metal behind you, feeling it for any crevices. Command! You speak harshly, addressing the... Oh, I guess I was not speaking harshly. Addressing the blinking camera in the corner of the room. When you glance at where it should be, you see only a splatter of thick, dark ooze. Your eyebrows furrow in confusion at the sight. You freeze when you hear a faint creak in the darkness in front of you. Oh, hello. Hi there. Then the faintest outline of a face cloaked in shadow becomes visible to you. So faint, you're unsure if your brain is playing tricks on you. An overpowering feeling of dread snakes through your chest, gripping tightly around your heart. You close your eyes for a moment, dumbass. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You feel a hand roughly grab you by the neck, clasping it suffocatingly against the chamber door. The blaring arm roars even louder, the flashing red lights blinding you again and again as your vision becomes blurry. Hi. You blarely blink your eyes open in a panic when the unfamiliar features grow closer. The usually clothed face is now bare, its empty, sunken eyes boring into your own. The arm pinning you to the wall is grotesquely pulsing with a dark substance, a black river intertwining and splitting underneath the pale skin. You feel it dig into your flesh, pushing past the membrane and invading your very veins.
It is a feeling more horrific than words can describe, more violating than anything the human body should ever feel. Your helpless attempts to break free are met with only more pressure. You feel your Adam's apple being crushed mercilessly against your windpipe, the pain having reached an unbearable level. With a rasp, just as you think the pressure can increase no more, you feel a sharp snap. There's a nauseating crunch that reverberates in your ears as feeling leaves your body. Slumping to the floor, eyes half-lidded, with consciousness fading, you faintly notice the chamber door has opened. A row of guards fill the outside hallway. The beast steps towards the guards, and you faintly hear a loud, harsh voice yell something. In the blink of an eye, it is being impaled by dozens of rounds of shrapnel. The last thing you see is its body thudding beside yours, obscuring your vision of the guards. Numbness overtakes the pain, and everything goes dark. The interrogator sits smugly before you, his face still encumbered by shadow. For the first time, you notice the cuffs encasing your wrists. Your head feels lighter than usual, the thick, dead air blowing through your now naked locks of hair. Your face is bare, your emotions laid out for all to see. The pieces of this puzzle are haphazard and incomplete, but you finally remembered how you ended up here. It killed me. You mutter the revelation quietly to yourself, eyes wide and unseeing. The shadowed figure chuckles coldly and places his feet back on the table, nonchalantly crossing them. Not quite, Agent Grape. It did worse. A freezing, rock-hard pit forms in your stomach as the seconds tick by, your heart hammering in your chest as you try to assess the situation. Oh, I'm the it now. You should not be alive. What did it do to me? A tiny part of you already knows the dreadful answer. The man smiles, and you can see the pearly white teeth glinting in the dark. It gave us a gift, Grape. He whispers in faux astonishment, clearly reveling in your confusion. It gifted you. Me? You grit your teeth in confusion, agitation coursing through you. How could have it gifted me if you already had me? I was your pawn from the start, wasn't I? The figure tilts his head, the smile only widening. Well, back then, you were just any other pawn, my friend. The word friend is accentuated with over-exaggerated feeling, dripping with sarcasm. A possibly talented interrogator, or just another stain on the wall for the cleanup crew. But now, his cruel laugh startles you. You are its newest piece. A beautiful anomaly for us to pick apart. A shiver of repulsion shoots down your spine. The hell are you talking about? A spot of darkness draws your eye to your left hand. To your horror, an inky blackness crawls up your arms, pulsing and grotesque underneath your skin. Your mind rapidly returns to your final moments, pressed helplessly against the wall. You remember feeling the pulsing flesh of the monster in front of you, invading the delicate skin of your neck. The man leans forward, his foul breath painting your rigid face. Now, Subject 6244A, you're our plaything, and I'm here to welcome you to your permanent new home. You come to the sudden realization that the handcuffs aren't going to come off. You're not going to be an interrogator, or an agent, or even a lab assistant. The world outside the facility will become an alien, unreachable place. You're not Agent Grape anymore. You're their new toy. You think the beast planned it from the very start. A most cruel fate to carry on the legacy of its misery. Your only dying hope as your captor stands is that the cycle ends with you.
Nice. Oh, we were the horror all along. I liked it. I liked that. I had a feeling that was going to be ending one. Alright. Alright, so we've got about 20 minutes left. And I'm thinking I want to try I don't know what this ending is. I'm assuming this is just like middle of the road, just like don't be an asshole to it. Okay, one thing I did start to notice or start thinking about. So if it infected me right before it died, or if it infected me right before snapping my neck, then it got shot and died. With the last ending, like this ending, getting shot didn't do shit to it. I mean, it hurt, but it didn't kill it, right? Which makes me think that maybe that's what fucking happened to her brother. Like her brother infected her with it before he died. Anyway, I like it. Alright, so we're going to try, hopefully, a really fast playthrough. If we can manage all four, that'd be awesome, but we'll see. My goal right now is I'm going to try and make the better decision at the start and see if that gives me this fourth ending. I have the feeling that having witnessed one end of that dreadful tale, the lost soul showed kindness even at first sight. Yep. Opened his mind to... Yeah. I think that's what it was. From the start. Alright. Let's do this. I'll repay. Let's go. Alright, something drives you to warily approach it. Steeling yourself, you take one step into the darkness of the chamber. The figure on the floor does not move. With quiet strides, you cautiously... We're going to speed run this one. Cautiously make your way toward the mysterious individual. The closer you get, the less you can understand exactly what you are looking at. Reaching a point not even 2 meters from it, you can finally discern some of the subject's details. Messy, brown locks spill over the front of its face. A blindfold obscuring the top half of its features. A downturned mouth that's set in a perpetual grimace, and the rest of the body is hidden underneath a dirty straitjacket. You hold your breath as you close the distance in a trance. The figure does not look up. A brief memory of this project's case files suddenly fills your vision, the dangerous number of casualties resulting from its containment echoing repeatedly in your skull. You shudder involuntarily, snapping back to the present. You become overly conscious of just how close you've gotten, and abruptly back up with a small gasp. At last, the figure glances at you. You feel a twinge in the back of your neck, akin to a hand hovering over the delicate skin of your nape. Grape! A voice shouts behind you, and you jump to greet the approaching agent. Hastily raising your hand to your temple, you salute the higher-ranking soldier. He scoffs at you with a disapproving glare. We take breaches in security very seriously here, Agent. Do not engage subjects unless explicitly instructed. You uneasily glance back at the figure on the ground before returning your gaze to the other agent. Alright. The door was open for me. I assumed I was welcome to begin extraction of information. You assumed wrong. Oh, right, damn. But you can feel the underlying annoyance. You hold your tongue, despite your urge to retort something in turn. The subject on the floor does not meet the other agent's gaze. Instead, it focuses attention on you. The unease in your chest builds before the silence is thankfully interrupted. Alright, that I know. Alright, we go with the good route. We offer... Alright. Are you entirely human? Can you please answer my question? We asked for its hands to be freed. Alright. We get a little closer. What are you drawing? It looks good. Rafa. Alright. Where are you from? Is that a village? She doesn't like that. What do you usually draw? Let's move on. Last thing you remember. Alright, this should all be the same. Okay, you promise. She taps the pen against her palm rhythmically. Okay. I don't remember her doing that. Alright. Are you able to see? I shouldn't say them, right? You realize your blunder a little late? Never mind. I see, thank you. Are you scared of what you can do? I understand. The questions run dry. Alright. I take her hand. Alright. Skipping a little, skipping a little. Damn it! This dreadful tale, the lost soul showed kindness. Having witnessed one end of that dreadful tale, the lost soul showed kindness even at first sight and opened his mind to decode the two incomprehensible truths. The answers lay hidden beneath the portrait. Okay. So, everything that I just witnessed was stuff that I'd already seen. So... Alright, we're going to try this a little different. Grape. Alright, we're going to try that same route, but we're going to change some of the answers. We're still going to approach. Yes, sir. He gives you a curt nod and follows behind his hands behind his back. The subject on the floor does not meet the other agent's gaze. Focuses attention on me. Are you capable of speech? Will be nice. Are you entirely human? Please answer my question. Ask for its hand to be freed. Now familiar beep. Okay, it opens. Click of the door locking the place above you. You carefully enter. Okay, you stay standing uncomfortably. She doesn't care. Pen. Okay. Talking about the paper. Oh, okay. These are things I can't skip. Alright, you see the pen poke through the paper and a momentary frown appears on the woman's face. Alright. She makes no move to acknowledge your request initially, but after a moment nods ever so slightly. You steel yourself for proper professional questioning. The rigorous lessons in interrogation you endured come to mind, reminding you of proper etiquette. With a sigh, you get to your feet and look down at the subject below you. Subject 6244. You begin with all traces of amiability gone from your voice. Please state your designation. She raises one hand carefully, beginning to sign letters to you. All right. We're just gonna get it wrong. She lowers her hand, coming to the understanding that this might not be the optimal way for you two to communicate. You are no expert, and swiftly ask that she finds another way. I'm sorry, I don't understand. She moves to pick up the paper in front of her. She turns it around with subtle reluctance, begins to write on the backside in large, bold letters, Rafa. She turns it, okay, Rafa. Human, almost mind-boggling that it belongs to something so dangerous. You decide to begin the questioning without further delay. A series of questions filter through your mind, and you carefully decide on which one would be the most relevant to ask. You are on a time limit, after all. This I've seen, this I've seen, and this I've seen. Oh, the aura of the chamber. Oh. After. Oh, okay, this is from the death. After a moment of tense silence, she simply shakes her head. Despite your curiosity, you think it's best not to push the subject matter any further at the current moment. I think it's best we moved on to other questions. Okay. Her allotted time has concluded. I'll return tomorrow. She just goes back to her thing. Blink of a red light. Take that as my cue to leave. Provided a plethora of information regarding its origins, communicated minimally about its interest in art. The man shifts in his chair, his hands curling further into himself as silence permeates the suffocating air in the room. Your discomfort heightens when you hear a small chuckle escape your interrogator's mouth. Yes, you did, though the interrogation wasn't nearly as intriguing as I'd hoped. You hear your heart fall into your stomach. There wasn't too high of a chance that you had impressed your superiors. You feverishly recount the day in your mind, wondering if there was a time that you could have gotten closer. Before you can delve deeper into past events, the man rearranges his folded feet and speaks sharply. By that point, you should have chosen an appropriate method of interrogation, Agent Grape. Whether or not you would resort to violence or to faux empathy to break the subject was entirely under your discretion. I hope you remember that going forward. But the day's events were counted in an ever-growing feeling. There we go. The woman waits for you in her previous position, not looking up even as you take a step past the boundary and into her territory. The moment you enter, you feel a chill pass through your body. Something about the room feels different than it had previously. You can't put your finger on it. Thus, with no reason to turn back, you steel yourself as you approach the subject on the floor. She does not meet your gaze. It is as if you are not there at all. You glance down at her, clearing your throat. Subject 6244. At the mention of her designation, she tilts her head up ever so slightly, but not enough to really look at you. You think that she might be purposefully ignoring you for some reason. You clear your throat and try again more firmly. Subject 6244. She finally turns her head to regard you. You cross your arms, tapping your foot impatiently on the ground. He looks like a zombie right here. I'd like to learn more about you today. She tilts her head at you, and only then do you notice the pen is on the ground in front of her. It is not accompanied by yesterday's sketchbook. Your eyebrows furrow in confusion. Where could it possibly be? She remains silent and unmoving. Agent Grape. A voice booms in the corner of the room, echoing loudly. You whine at the loudness of the sound and tilt your head to look at the camera, blinking eerily down at you from the corner of the room. Subject 6244 was equipped with a notebook and a pen. Are you able to locate the notebook? You glance down between her feet again, still finding the area empty, sans the pen lying innocuously on its side. Frowning, you look back up to where her eyes would be, and find that she is still observing you. No. You raise your voice to ensure you're heard. The inkling of paranoia in your gut begins to grow. With hesitant steps, you begin to close the distance between the two of you. She raises her hand as you approach, causing you to halt in your tracks. With bated breath, you watch her fingers form a 3. You involuntarily frown as she holds the hands up nonchalantly, as if doing so is an inconvenience to her. However, as you take a closer look, you think you see the tiniest hint of a smirk appear on her face. You tense as she lowers one finger. Are you counting down to something? Her only response is to tilt her head up, light now better showing her features. I have an idea for how to get the last ending. Her only response is to tilt her head up, light now better showing her features. In the new lighting, it's obvious that there is a bemused expression on her face, and it is only growing. You subconsciously step back as she lowers another finger. Subject 6244. You are cut off by the intercom's crackle. Agent Grape, your interrogation has been suspended by administration. Exit the chamber immediately. Your breath hitches in your throat, and you glance up at the blinking red light in the corner of the room. The command registers in your head, but you can't get yourself to move. Agent Grape, exit chamber 17A immediately. Time slows as her index finger hovers in the air for an excruciatingly long moment. Then, in the blink of an eye, the finger falls. A distant explosion rocks the chamber. Fluorescent red lights flood the chamber, and you jerk back in confusion. A piercing alarm digs into your brain, and you grimace at the sudden cacophony of screaming noise. You slip on your feet, tumbling to the floor with a shout. You hear more than you feel, your skull against the tiling. Blinking away stars, you hastily stare in the now open chamber door, the lights on the outside flooding into the darkness of the chamber. A leg suddenly comes into view, and then something is stepping over you, vanishing around the corner. After a moment, you push yourself up shakily. Blood drips steadily from your forehead and onto your nose. You look over your shoulder at the now empty chamber door, the view into the hallway showing you streaks of blood and crackling fire on the other side. You are left staring at the chamber door, your heart racing in your chest. The interrogator sits smugly before you, his face still encumbered by shadow. For the first time, you notice the cuffs encasing your wrists. You disobeyed orders at a rather inopportune time, Agent. The gravelly voice is cold and accusatory. Deep down, you know you have no chance of a promotion or a higher place in the organization. This was your test, and you failed it. What will become of me? The man rearranges his crossed feet, making himself comfortable. You get the feeling he stopped taking you seriously long ago. Well, you know too much for us to let you go.
but you're not good enough at your job to rank up. I'd say we'll keep you around for a little while longer, see how useful you are. Your eyes fall to the ground. It was the response you expected, but only now do you realize what it means. Your distant hopes of becoming a prime interrogator and expanding your influence over the organization have fizzled away. As the figure coated in darkness stands to exit the room, you look up into the harsh light hanging in the middle of the room. Alright, so we got ending 2. Alright, we're going to snooze the ad break, actually. Because I think I know how to get the last ending. Alright. Grape. Alright, I think I know how to do it. Something drives you to warily approach it. Yep. Door is open for me. Are you capable of speech? Maybe they'll listen. Are you entirely human? Can you please answer my question? I let her have her hands free. You stand in front of the chamber door. You feel safe enough to get a little closer? What are you drawing? It looks good. You steel yourself for a professional. Alright, let me guess. Rafa. Genuine smile. Alright, not formal. Is that a village? She leans up then, tilting her body. Oh, no, this wasn't it. It was... Okay. There's a chance to dig deeper here, but does the subject disturb you? At the question, her face turns to face the floor between you. Tensing up, you lean ever so slightly back. You scour her body language for any signs of aggression, but in its place, sense jaded apathy. It takes her almost 2 minutes to reach for the pen again, scribbling lazily as if she doesn't want to write. Should have been better. You read the sentence, pondering its meaning. This is already personal territory, and your goal is to extract information strictly relating to the subject's anomalous properties. Despite this, something in you can't help but yield to the need to learn more. You think you could have stopped them from leaving? It takes another few minutes for her to answer. In the silence of the room, you can faintly hear the echoes of commotion from afar, deep within chambers on the other side of the facility. In basements and break rooms you'll likely never lay your hands on. This place is huge like that. Eyeing the subject, you wonder if after these 3 days you'll ever see her again. At last, she nods her head. Your gut churns with indecision. You can't help but feel as if you're forming a bond with what is meant to be a monster. You try to use anything and everything to convince yourself that this is wrong, but so far you can think of nothing against it. She hasn't done anything to you yet. Maybe that's the error of your thinking. Maybe all it takes to get hurt is trusting her in the first place, but regardless of common sense, empathy has long since taken the reins. Let's move on. The woman seems to perk up at the idea. Okay, this should all be... Alright. That's everything I could think of. Are you able to see? Something preventing you from speaking. Are you scared of what you can do? I understand. Distant boom. I take her hand. Alright, we skip. Did that give me... No, it didn't. Darn it. Alright, that was my idea, was to explore that. Opened his mind to decode those two incomprehensible truths. One end of that dreadful tale, the lost soul showed kindness even at the first sight. Opened his mind to decode those two incomprehensible truths. The lasers lay hidden beneath the portrait. I don't know what it means. Darn. I was really hoping I was going to be able to figure that out before we were done for the night. Something I'm missing, but I don't know what it is. One end of that dreadful tale, the lost soul showed kindness even at first sight. I did that. Opened his mind to decode those two incomprehensible truths. The answers lay hidden beneath the portrait. Damn.
I don't know what this is, what I would need to do for this. I'm curious, though. Well, this has been cool. I don't think I've ever gotten through. I don't think I've ever gotten through a, like a multi-ending game and got as many endings as I've gotten in one sitting. So this was cool. I'm glad I got to play this. I'm glad. I'm immensely intrigued by the story. I want more in this world. Oh wait, there was more. All right, what else we got? Hidden, damn it. I'm gonna have to explore some of the more of that. There's so many different combinations I could try. I don't want to run through them all on stream necessarily, but I could do that this weekend and see what I can find. Anywho, thank you everyone for hanging out and chilling this week. We are at time, and we're actually done for the week entirely. So we'll be back on Monday. In theory, I'm moving tomorrow, so hopefully, nothing pops up, no problems come up with setting up my internet or anything at the new place. But starting next week, I will have a new and or better setup. I'm very excited for. So let's go ahead and look for someone to raid. Let's see what we can do. We're probably going to go with someone that I'm already following because this doesn't have an explicit category yet. So let's see who we can find. It's someone that we haven't hung out with in a bit. Probably Sourish Camper. I haven't seen them in a bit. We could do that. Yeah, let's do that. All right. Let's go ahead and raid them then. All right. Have a great night, guys. I will see you on Monday. Yeah. All right. Bye.